Welcome to round two of the budget hearings for the Finance Committee fiscal year 2026. As chair, I recognize we have a quorum and I call this meeting to order. First item on the agenda, reports or announcements. Does anybody from the committee have anything they would like to share? No, we can go into the town manager's report, Mr. Mizikar.
Nothing this morning, thank you.
Excellent. So we will now reopen the public hearing, but prior to that, just like in the previous meeting, I would just like to read out the guidelines once again, as this is a new session. So for the guidelines for the Finance Committee Budget Hearing 2026, in order to facilitate the public hearings for the fiscal year 2026 budget in an orderly and efficient manner, please comply with the following guidelines during these meetings. Please direct all communication through the chair. Kindly be respectful and objective in all communication. The aim of these hearings is to provide an opportunity for civil discussion and debate, which is fundamental to the democratic process in our town. For committee members in particular, please signal the chair if you have any question related to the presentation being given by a department. The chair will ask for the presenter to address the question at an opportune moment so as to not disturb the presentation flow. For shorter duration presentations by departments allocated a smaller amount of time, please hold on to the questions till the end of the presentation. In the interest of time, please keep discussions focused and objective so that the meeting may proceed efficiently. For members of the public, please wait for the chair to ask for questions or comments from the public. When announced, please silently raise your hand and wait to be called to the podium. When called, please introduce yourself with your name and address prior to your statements. Priority shall be given to Shrewsbury residents. Please try to keep your initial comments and questions within 1 to 2 minutes. If you require a follow-up, please kindly request the chair. Thank you all in advance for your kind cooperation. And with that, may I get a motion to reopen the budget hearings for fiscal year 2026?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. So we shall now proceed with the retirement department, and we'll start with pension on page 159.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Emily, and I'm the town accountant in the accounting department. I also serve as an ex-official member of the retirement board. The Shrewsbury retirement system is one of 104 state and municipal retirement systems in Massachusetts. It is administered by a 5-member board consisting of 1 ex-official member, 1 member appointed by the select board, 2 elected members, and 1 member appointed by the 4 previously mentioned board members. The current members of the retirement board are Mary Thompson, Ralph Acarino, Alice Farrell, Michael Hill, and myself. The board operates independently, but is governed by the Mass General Law, Chapter 32, which sets forth the requirements for the benefits, contributions, and the structure of accounting and funds for all the municipal retirement system. Currently, the retirement office is staffed by the 1 executive director and 1 part-time administrative assistant. They manage over 900 active, inactive, and retired members of their benefit and their beneficiaries. The budget for the FY 26 is $2.6 million, which remains the same as the FY 25 budget. The budget is divided into 2 components: pension and annuity, and unfunded liability that we also call OPEB. For FY 26, $2.3 million is allocated for the pension and annuities. This will ensure that the pension obligation for the retired employees are fully met. The remaining 300,000 is designated for the OPEB, which will fund long-term health care for retirees. This allocation reflects the ongoing commitment to manage future liabilities while maintaining financial stabilities in the upcoming fiscal year. The board conducts an actuary study every year. As of January 1st, 2024, the current actuary funding ratio was 94.4%. The retirement system fiscal year runs from January to December, and we just closed the book, and all the relevant data for the January 1st, 2025 will be sent to our actuary, Mr. Dan Sherman, for another study to determine updated funding ratio. In addition to the annual study, we also conduct study every 2 years to assess OPEB liability. Although OPEB is not currently required to be funded, it represents a significant liability that town must address in the future.
Thank you.
So it is important to stay proactive in managing and planning for this obligation to ensure the town's long-term financial sustainability. This is a slide for the OPEB balance as of December 31st, 2024. The next slide shows a summary of the asset allocation and investment return. From this slide, we can see on December 31st, 2024, the Shrewsbury Contributory Retirement System was valued at $174,977,270, which represents a decrease of $3,080,659 from the September ending balance valued $178,057,929. From this slide, we also can see during the fourth quarter, the composite portfolio lost 0.4%. But over the trailing 12-month period, the portfolio return is 9%. We also can see since December 2024, the portfolio returned 8.3% annualized and ranked in the 10th percentile. Next slide. This slide shows the investment growth over the past 10 years. In 2014, we can see the balance was over 97 million. And by 2020-24, the ending balance is over 174 million. This represents an investment return of over 110 million. This concludes my presentation for the retirement board. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Ms. Dennis?
I noticed that you have both gross and net. What is the fee that we're paying for this fund to be managed? Because the total loss for the quarter, which isn't much different, was 0.5. Because that's the net. So is it a 1% fee we're paying?
I think the fee we paid is about less than 1%.
Okay.
Yeah. We did do the fee study. We do have an investment manager, account manager. We did ask the fee study and compare the other, the firm. But we found that the fee is pretty reasonable.
And
They charge.
one follow-up. Are they using pure securities, or are they also using mutual funds?
Actually, majority we invested with a PREIT fund. That's a state fund, and they do have allocation. And the allocation they have a pre-court. It's a 48%. Domestic equity is 28.5%, and that's two big ones. And fixed income is 10.3%.
Is there a fee for that fund on top of the fee that we're paying the manager?
Yeah, and for the PREIT, for example, for the PREIT court, they just every month they'll deduct the fees from the returns. Yeah.
So there's a fee on the fund and a fee on the manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan?
Just to provide detail, I had a note, Dennis, from when we met with the advisor, and I think that the fee was below 0.2%, so it was not nearly 1%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Not, I open it up to the public. Any member of the public? Okay, thank you. Ms. Lee, will you also be doing OPEB, or is that already, you,
Yeah, I'm going to do the town accountant office. Yeah.
oh, accountant, okay.
Yes.
Let's move on to accountant.
Yeah.
Page 80.
Okay. The accounting office has 3 full-time employees. Town accountant, assistant town accountant, and the principal department assistant. Our department is responsible for town's books of accounts and financial records. We verify appropriation for all purchase orders, process invoices for payments, process and approve all payrolls and accounts payable warrants, balance monthly appropriation reports with the town department, maintains all the records of grants, gift, and other special revenue funds, submit financial reports to federal and state agencies. Our mission is to provide a complete and accurate statement of town's financial condition, ensuring the transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making. We are dedicated to manage physical responsibility and support the town's long-term financial stabilities. 2 major accomplishments. One is a grant reimbursement. We worked very close with town other department to ensure the timely filing of grant reimbursement request and make sure we receive the fund before the end of the fiscal year. This way, won't hit our free cash and, make sure with town financial is good condition. And the second one is a cross-training program. We continue to implement the cross-training program for team members to increase flexibility, minimize operational disruptions, and during the staff absence, and ensure the smooth continuation of the critical process. And our department process, the payroll, that's kind of like very, very critical for our employees. That's, no interruption, at any time. That's what we want to make sure. Move to the FY26 preliminary goals. The first will continue to document payroll, accounts payable, and the general ledger process. And this, will provide, very valuable guide for the current staff and the future staff. And this also will promote consistency, accuracy, and reduce the risk of procedural errors. Second one is enhance efficiency. We'll organize some workshops to give department a deeper understanding of Munis functions, enable them to use the system more effectively and optimize its future for the improved performance. We'll have a major Munis upgrade. That's a software we use for the whole town financial area, and in April. So every update, they also have very good features. That's, we want, bring the good features to other departments to increase the, efficiencies. Next slide, it's our department budget. From the FY25 to FY26 FP1, and we don't have a lot increase. It's just salary built in 2% cost of living, and office supply, it's about 2% due to the, increase of the price of the office supplies, RS rate, mileage rate increase, and some registration for the webinars and also training programs. The last item is a 3.4%. That is annual town audit. Because GASB increased some standards and requirement. That's why it's an increase for audit. And some highlights from our department. We can see the general fund, the free cash. Last year, that's really historic high. It's a 12.5 million free cash certified. And we also can see some return earnings from disposal. It's over 237 $1,000, and water enterprise over $2.5 million, and stormwater over $1.2 million. And we also have a special revenue sewer fund and unreserved fund balance is over $8.4 million. And as I mentioned, all office process accounts payable and payroll. The bottom is just some data to display, what's the number increase for the invoices, for the number of wires, and also for the average employees on the payroll, and also number of hires we set up. And the last one I want to mention is W-2. We issued 1,996 W-2s at the end of the calendar year 2024, next year. So this displays the W-2 we issued and from 1997 to 2024. In 1997, we issued 1,361 W-2s. While in the 2024, we issued 1,996 W-2s. Over the past 28 years, the number of W-2s we issued has increased by 635. This reflects an increase approximately 47%. This increase indicates significant growth in the workload of our department during this period. Currently, the assistant town accountant dedicates about 70 to 80% of her time to the payroll, while leave only about 20 to 30% time as a role of the assistant town accountant. There are numerous projects we would like to implement to improve our process, such as set up business roles, function roles, establish workflow for the payroll and accounts payable, scanning invoices directly to the munis, and more. This initiative would streamline the operation, enhance the efficiency, and ensure the greater accuracy across the departments. However, due to the heavy payroll workload, it has been a challenge to fully dedicate the necessary time and resources to this important project, which is why the original department budget was requested. So you can see originally we requested more, but right now we still, we have 3 staff since I started. I'll say 1997, I started in 1999 here, but it's always 3 staff in our department. That's how I feel that at this point, that's why we request original budget. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Rajesh?
Thank you for that presentation, wonderful. 2 questions I have. One is on the grant setup. So it looks like we have 35 grants that are set up in 23, and then there's an uptick in 24, and then.
Yes.
So is that consistent across? Maybe that's a 24, maybe an outlier because of the COVID grants and all those things, or?
Yes, right now, each department, I think they are very proactive. Whenever they see the state have some grant, have opportunities, they'll apply, and then we'll receive some grant from state. And that's a new grant I need to set up. We also have some gift. Some school departments, they give the gift to the school department. That's a new fund we need to set up. And also some trust fund. Yeah, that's kind of like some increase. I think set up increase the fund is a good thing. We can see all the department is very proactive. Whenever we have a resource from state, we should get it. That's one reason we also proactively, make sure you get the grant, make sure you file the reimbursement, get the money back.
Follow up on that. So we're also proactively looking at what grants are at risk if the things change based on.
Yes. Like, we have a 911 support 911 training grant for many, many years. And every year they'll have a little bit increase. And some, maybe it's a one-time grant. It depends on, the grant itself. Yeah. Yeah, but.
One last question. On the W-2 increase, that's a
Yeah.
wonderful to see the growth overall.
Yeah.
But it looks like, so just to my understanding, in 2020, we started an uptick, and then it raised up from then on. So, can you shed some light on what parts of the
Yeah,
Okay.
that's during the pandemic.
Right, right.
Yeah, during the pandemic, some people, they just resigned the school, they couldn't work or something. That's a decrease, the W-2 we issued during the pandemic. And then after pandemic, you can see it's an increase of W-2 again. Yeah, in the past, from last year to this year, we have 16 W-2 increased. Yeah, but you do see the decrease during the pandemic that
No,
time.
from the post-pandemic, there's a tremendous uptick. So so like, where is that coming in?
I mean, so just remember, W-2s doesn't reflect total staffing. It reflects a change in staffing. So as employees, leave their job, it doesn't indicate an increase in FTEs, right? It's a turnover in staffing. And I think, Christina Ordung will talk a little bit about that. It has definitely leveled off, but I mean, I think that's the steepness of that curve is a lot of people leaving their positions, taking new positions. We have staffed up some, but I think it's more about transition from positions that have become the new norm in the workplace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another thing, for example, during the pandemic, the parks, they don't run the program. That's the thing, we don't have parks, staff. The fluctuation majorly is for the part-time.
Okay, thank you.
Million had a question. Yeah.
So, just taking a cue from the grant, right, it's good that, we have to get reimbursed. What's the average time, from filing application, like collecting and getting the money back from
Yeah,
state? What's the timing look like?
Yeah, I think it's depend on the project. If it's a huge, big project, they want you see you finish the project, and then you file the reimbursement. If it's a small one, like the 911 support, every quarter you can file. That's really depend on the project, definitions that, okay, you have to finish this project, you file the reimbursement. Yeah.
Ryan,
My question was answered.
David.
Hey, good morning, how are you?
Yeah, good.
So in a normal purchasing cycle under the foreign jar, you have the requesting official, the approving official, the purchasing official, the receiving official, then you have the certifying official, then you have dispersing official, and you can get multiple jobs. There had to be at least 4 people in that cycle. You have 3 people in your department. How do you do that, especially when people are on vacation? How do you make sure you're following all the separations of duty?
Yeah, for example, I'll give you the example like the purchase. The purchase process, original department, they'll enter their request, and then we'll send it to the town manager's office. Town manager, department enter there first, their department head will approve, said, oh, this purchase order, approve, and then we'll send to the town manager's office. After town manager's office approve, and we will see, oh, this one is it's within the budget, and everything look good, it's not overspending, and we will approve.
Okay, so
That's kind of like
so
for,
you're the certifying and dispersing official?
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, I was going to say that those duties are separated outside of the accountant's office.
Yeah.
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 So with the manager's office and the treasurer collector's office.
Gene.
In reference to the grants, do you also certify the school grants?
School, no. School and they file their grant based on the DESI or some guidelines, and I don't certify the grant, but I do see the monitor the grant in and out for the expenses and receive. Yeah, make sure end of year they're file their on time. Yeah, everything.
But you still handle the payroll
Yes.
and payroll
Yes.
expenses?
Yes, the whole town payroll and the whole town accounts payable, includes the school and the school lunch, yes.
Just back to the W-2s for a second. I think you said you have 80% of one FTE dedicated to W-2s. Did I hear that right? Like almost one full?
Payroll.
Oh, payroll, excuse me.
Payroll, right now, it's a assistant town accountant. Original, because payroll is not huge, maybe 50% dedicated to the payroll, 50% to the assistant town accountant role. Right now, it's a shift, about 70 to 80 to payroll,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
no more questions from the committee, I open it up to the public. No questions from the public. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We shall now move on to the collector and treasurer. And that is also page 85 of the book.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Amy Perkins, the treasurer collector. Within my office, we have 4 full-time employees, myself, the assistant treasurer collector, and 2 financial assistants. Our role as a department is to ensure the town's financial operations run smoothly through tax collection, which is real estate, personal property, excise tax, and water sewer bills. Any of the accounts receivable and accounts payable come out of our office. We work with the accountant's office to get those paid out. We do any of the debt issuance and investments. The team is dedicated to efficiently managing the tax collection, safeguarding the public funds, while giving the residents a enjoyable experience, as enjoyable as it can be when you're paying your bills. One of the FY25 accomplishments that I wanted to highlight was the tax title. It had been behind before I came to the town, and it's been a project to kind of get those caught up. So we did do a taking for fiscal 2018 to 2022. Within that, there were 78 new takings, so 78 parcels that were liened. Currently, there's 52 of those remaining, totaling about $666,000. Already in tax title from 2017 and older, there were 36 accounts. That leads into one of our fiscal 26 goals, which would be to do fiscal 23 and 24. And then from there, we'd like to get 25 and 26 and then kind of do it annually to keep up with it. Of the fiscal 23 and 24, we have 133 parcels that are outstanding, totaling $676,000. Of those, some are just a quarter that was missed, so we do plan to send out courtesy notices beforehand to notify them that there is something outstanding before we proceed with anything official. The other FY26 goal is tailings. This is just a way to give payees an opportunity to claim uncashed checks, so sort of like find mass money in a sense, where we'll post any outstanding checks that haven't been cleared to allow people to claim them, and then any of those unclaimed funds would come back to the town after a period of time. We do need to accept Mass General Law 200A, Section 9A, and that just helps expedite the tailings resolutions and gets it into the general fund a little bit quicker. The budget, our fiscal 26 budget proposes an increase of $7,706 that reflects a level service budget and the 2% COLAs. From there, just some stats. We did have a previous goal of kind of increasing our online payments. We did have an incentive planned, which we didn't follow through with because we are one of the communities within City Hall that has really great engagement. It kind of grew organically, and we didn't have to do anything outside of just the slips inside tax bills and posting on the website and through some of the town signs. That leads into collections. So this is just a little bit of a snapshot of where we're at with fiscal 25 collections. It breaks down what's billed to date, collected, uncollected, and then we have Q4 bills that will be going out. So those are listed in the furthest column. So we are in the 90% throughout, which is kind of on track with the previous fiscal years. And then the next slide is just excise tax by fiscal year. And the fiscal 25 is dragged down a bit by 2025 commitment 1 that just went out and was just due on Thursday. So we do have payments still coming in that are being processed, and we'll accept those. So Anyone that hasn't paid, if it finds its way to the bill box outside, will be accepted on Monday without interest. So.
Any questions for Ms. Perkins? Yes, Rajesh?
So, thanks for the information. So the excise tax, the previous 23, 24 hours full year numbers, right? Those are 98%, 97%. So
Correct, yep.
So for the first quarter, that's 80%, which should be pretty much on the track.
Yeah, so these are fiscal year numbers, but excise tax runs calendar year. So the largest commitment is done in February of 2025, but included in this are some of the small commitments that were done at the end of calendar 2024.
One follow-up. With the e-billing, so I know that we charge a fee.
There's a fee to pay online.
Online. So who takes that fee? Is it bank taking the fee, or is it town?
It's all the processing, so we don't get any of the fee. So the credit card companies get the credit card fees, and the ACH is just the third-party processing that gets that.
Thank you.
Jean?
2 quick questions. On the tax collection now, the behind, what is the total?
That's in tax title currently?
No, just behind in taxes.
So total in tax title is 2.3 million, and the new for fiscal 23 and 24 is about 1.2 million.
Okay. One other question in reference to paying online. Can all town bills now be paid online?
Yes, it is separate for Selco, but
For a while, they were having difficulties with the excise tax payments.
I didn't know that we had that issue with excise. They're all, when we switched to City Hall, everything went. So real estate, personal property, excise, and water sewer.
Have we, I know I believe I've asked this a couple of years ago, have we looked at what it would cost to not have the processing fee online?
We had at one point, we haven't revisited that because it would just be the ACH. It wouldn't be credit
Right.
card fees that we would cover, but that would have to be budgeted for.
I think it was, when we looked a couple of years ago, it was in the $60,000 to $70,000.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Neighborhood. So that would just compete with resources, it's a full-time equivalent, for, most of our, staff positions. So it is a considerable amount for the town to cover. The ACH fee is still less than a stamp, if you want to look at it that way, but it adds up.
And it could be a cost that would increase. If that's covered, then we may see more ACH payments, and then that number could grow year over year.
Right.
Is auto payment an option on excise tax and other things?
It is, but it's by license plate, so it gets a little tricky if you change your registration and assume it's going to happen, and it doesn't.
Thank you.
I just had one question on the online payment. I believe I've asked it in previous years as well, but is there an ongoing assessment in terms of cybersecurity because they do ask sometimes for personal information if you want to create an account and automatically charge your credit card. So how confident are we as far as the safety of residents' personal information?
City Hall Systems is part of Kelly and Ryan, which has been a deputy collector and works with, I would say, probably 75% of the communities in Massachusetts. I know when they presented to us, they had all that background in terms of, I don't have it in front of me, but I do trust that their system would be as secure as anything. We don't take payments over the phone in office, but they do for us because they do have a secure line.
So, just to follow up, so the town doesn't receive any personal information. We never receive, that. It's all held by the third party. But as Amy said, that was part of our review process, and we can provide that information if you'd like to see it.
And this may be for the IT person as well, but do we do an annual audit of all our vendors that may or may not have personal information? ask for their SOC 2 reports, ask for,
We'll have,
incidents.
we'll have to talk to the
Okay.
IT director about that.
Okay.
Amy, just back to your metrics on participation. I think you said you were happy with the growth, so you you decided not to move forward with the incentive. Do you have a metric you'd like to see these numbers get to in the, 2 or 3 years down the road, or?
It's hard to tell. So some of the numbers are water and sewer bills, which is the bulk actually of the auto pays and the e-billing. I think that sometimes because there's tenants where they pay it and the homeowners. A lot of our real estate bills there's 60% that are paid by mortgages. So, those, until they pay them off, which we hope for them that they will, they won't sign up for online. So it's hard to tell.
Okay.
And there is the older generation that just still wants to come in and see us.
Sure.
So.
Thank you.
Rajesh?
So one quick question on tailings. So it's similar to what's Find Your Money on Mass state level, right? So how much money do we have here, and what's the timeline that goes into free cash?
It's a process. I don't have our dollar amount, but I can tell you, I think I have it. I actually don't. I know we need to list it. I think it's for at least a year
Yeah,
initially.
in the paper as well, right? Or-
Yeah, it has to be on the website. I think a second location, and then there's a second round, those that don't come in, so they have to fill out a form, provide ID, we pay them out, and then it's, I think, a second round of advertisement before any of the money would come back to the town as unclaimed.
Thank you.
No more questions from the committee. I open it up to the public. No questions from the public. Thank you, Amy. Would you be continuing
Thank
with debt and interest?
Oh, yes, sorry. Got a little excited. Okay. For debts, there was just an addition of a water borrowing that we did in August. So that added 260,000 principal payment and a 246,475 in interest. So outside of that, we did have Oak Street renovation that came off the end of fiscal '25.
And provide a little more context, that water borrowing was part of the 3-year multi-borrowing that town meeting approved for the water department to stay ahead and find a more fiscally sound process to fund all those capital needs. So that was built into the rates and part of the ongoing plan.
It was water mains and water meters.
That is correct, yep. And if you go to the next slide, I snuck this in. So you want to present? I'm kidding, no. So added this is, I think, a helpful way to look at the exempted debt and how it's rolling off over the years for both the average single-family tax bill in the red dotted line, and then the actual exempted debt itself. So right now, the single-family tax bill is about $8,500 a year based off of a home value of $706,000 a year. Ruth is in the back, and she may have those exact numbers, but so right now, the average single-family tax bill from 24 to 26 is rolling off about $78 in tax off of that tax bill, and that's equivalent to about $1.2 million in exempted debt. And this is another helpful graph to see sort of how the town finances its projects, and we intend to roll debt off, and then when we bring debt on, we try not to have massive spikes up, but try to maintain a level approach going forward.
And just to be really clear, so exempted debt is the debt that voters approve through special ballot processes and special elections that directly increases the tax bill to pay off a particular project. So think of a school project or the police station project when you go and you vote on a proposition 2.5 debt exemption. So we're allowed to raise the tax bill by an equivalent amount to pay off that debt. So this is, as the debt rolls off, it becomes, direct reductions on the tax bill, and that's what's being illustrated. Of course, this graph is subject to the addition of any new projects that we would roll in, but it provides capacity without, that we can take advantage as this debt rolls off to layer new debt in without, with having a better net impact on the tax bill than having a level debt service budget every year.
Mr. Chair?
Brian had a question.
The change in debt service and being reflected on residents' tax bills, is it done through a decrease of cost per thousand, or how is that reflected?
It's just based on your portion of the debt based upon your single-family home value. So
Okay.
it's proportional.
Dennis?
I think it'd be useful, especially in next year's budget, to go back 4 or 5 years, because we're not seeing what happened in the past of how you managed it. So is it always a declining line? I doubt it.
Yep.
Is it, it'd be helpful to see those spikes.
Yeah, that's very helpful. We can certainly do
Maybe
that.
do another 5 years back.
We can include that in fiscal projection too, as well as a
Yep.
narrative.
David?
Yeah, and I know you put this out, I forgot it. What is the total percent of our budget that goes to debt for this year, coming year?
Master balance sheet, Alex, do you have that handy?
It's in the master sheet.
Yeah, it might.
I mean, it's about 12 million of 160 million.
Yeah.
Less than 10%.
Because we'd like to keep it under, what, 7.5%, 8%?
The standard in Massachusetts that looks at is your debt as a comparison to the assessed value of the
Yeah.
community, not the budget itself.
Correct.
So the assessed value, of course, is a much larger number. It's over 9 billion. And the requirement in the state is to have a total debt less than 5% of assessed value. So we're obviously well below that.
Yeah, I think that number is reflected in the budget book.
It's 12.95% of the total budget.
So we're at 12% of our budget goes right to debt at this moment.
Yes.
Of the operating budget.
Right,
Yeah, yep.
okay, it's higher than I thought. Thank you.
Milind?
So couple of, one comment, so the decline that is shown, that's based on the assumption that there is no new debt that is taken.
That's based off our current approved debt schedule, that Amy's office makes sure that we make the payments on time, correct?
Yep. And then one thing is like all these, the principal debt, can we have like a schedule? Like when do we pay off everything, right?
Yep. No, I do remember, we can certainly, actually remember Malind, you asking that before, and I apologize for not getting that to you, yes.
Thank you.
That was my mistake.
Just to clarify,
6.59.
Oh, okay. Sounds like 12%. Okay, thank you for that. That was gonna be a whole nother conversation, so I appreciate it.
Brian?
And on that debt, from my recollection, our cost of debt is very competitive and low
Yeah.
compared to current debt levels.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, as we've, as we're considering, the cost of investments in the future, our financial advisor is still providing ranges between 3.5% to 4% for our total interest cost. You may remember the police station major borrowing is like 1.38% or something, so certainly gone up, but, it is still trending well below, closer to the 10-year treasury note, actually.
Thank you.
And that's because of our AAA bond rating?
One of the factors, yes. Yep.
Would an increase in debt affect our bond rating in any sort of way? Is that?
From our recent conversations with Standard & Poor's, no, we're still in a very healthy debt to assessed value range.
I don't need to calculate it now, but at some point it would be nice to see, the assessed value versus the debt, because I'm sure it's very low, right?
Yeah. I think it is in the book on page like 90-something or.
Okay.
Rajesh has a question.
So this is nice graph to look at it, and also it would be interesting to see how it changes on the new improvements. Like if you go with the DBW, where is it impacting within this graph? And what would be the increase of that
Yep.
per household? Would
Yeah,
be?
of course,
So,
yep.
so if we can overlay those
Yep.
when we come back with those requests.
That's
that
great.
would be
Yeah, we had like a rough numbers in November for that, and obviously we would have updated figures as we continue forward.
Thank
with that. Yep, of course.
Any other questions while we wait? I open it up to the public. No questions from the public. We can move to the next department, which is, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Town clerk, page 94.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Sharon Thomas, the town clerk. Our office currently is comprised of 4 staff members, myself, an assistant town clerk, and 2 office assistants. Our department manages vital records, marriage licenses, dog licenses, business certificates, underground fuel storage renewals, raffle permits. We're the filing office for planning and zoning, Board of Appeals. And on the election side of it, we handle voter registration, the annual census, elections, and certifying nomination papers and initiative petitions. The town clerk's office is committed to providing courteous, competent, and efficient service while remaining fair and impartial. To uphold the integrity of the town's democratic process in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws of the town of Shrewsbury. We keep and maintain official records and to preserve, for historical purposes, all records. For our fiscal '25 accomplishments, last year we had moved to dog licenses through OpenGov, so this was our first year with the renewal process for dog and kennel license renewals. We did collaborate with animal control. The state had implemented Ollie's Law, which changed some of the requirements for kennel licensing, so we adjusted our forms for that. We also developed standard operating procedures for advanced processing, which we implemented for the September primary election and for the November state election. And for fiscal '26, our preliminary goals are to enhance residents' engagement in local government, to increase community engagement by expanding voter education and outreach through in-person community events, and the creation of some informational pamphlets. So on the town clerk side, our budget is pretty much level funded. We just had some slight increases due to increases in supply cost with some of our, for our archival paper and some of the binders and the, that we use for storing our vital records. And then on the election side, we have a decrease due to the fact in the next fiscal year, we'll only be running 1 election.
Yes, Dennis.
If she's finished with the presentation, I have a question. I don't want to interrupt the presentation.
I just want to kind of go through some like statistics and, so the next slide just kind of shows, the different ways that you can vote. We have the absentee voting, in-person early voting, that we're required to do for any of the state elections, vote by mail, and then the in-person and election day. So in this last cycle, the state's required to send out the applications for people to be able to vote by mail. So, you can see, it's a pretty big number when it comes to the November state election. So during this process, we track all of our costs, and the Division of Local Mandates sends out a survey, and we're able to put in our costs, you know, whether it's staffing, you know, supplies, or some equipment for costs that we've received for in-person early voting and for the vote by mail process. So far we've gotten we've received back our money for the March presidential primary and then the annual town election. So for the March presidential primary, we received back $10,940.72. And for the annual town election for 2024, we received back $5,794.60. I did submit in the survey for the September primary and for the November state election, and that's still being reviewed under the Division of Local Mandates. And then it'll be sent off to the Secretary of State's office for reimbursement. So I don't have numbers on that yet, but obviously our costs were much higher for those two elections, and we did do the advanced processing. Because of the volume of ballots that we do get in, it would be difficult to have to send all of those to be processed at the polling locations. So we advanced process prior to the election. No results are, you know, released beforehand at the close of polls on election night. We have reporting software that we're able to close out our advanced processing numbers, and they merge in with the numbers for at the actual polling locations. So that's been helpful there, and that's part of the cost that we can submit in. For to get money back from the state on that.
Okay, we can.
Go back to archiving for a second. Are we archiving online, or, because I heard you say binders are up, cost of binders and paper are up. I'm wondering.
Yeah, so when we process our vital records, we keep an archival, you know, copy. So if the system ever goes down, then we actually have access to our records and we're able to produce the records.
And how far back do you keep the paper records? For how long, I guess?
They're permanent records.
Permanent records?
Yeah.
So do we know the cost of the storage and all that? I mean, I'm just wondering why we're not going more to a digital. You know, you can put in a write once drive and back that up and you.
Well, I mean, the births and deaths, it's a module that's like through the state. But there's just a smaller copy that we print on paper and then just store in the vault here. But all of the marriage records, they're just paper records.
Okay.
And do we have any like procedure to for backup for disaster situations in case those records are lost?
Though the state actually holds all the original records.
I see.
I guess my point is, if they're held somewhere by the state in the physical form, why are we keeping paper records for any long period of time? Why not just archive them digitally and then we could reprint them? Or you're not allowed to reprint those records?
We print them off of the system, but the paper is like your backup. So if anything ever happened to the system, like if the state system goes down, we're still able to produce the record because we can pull out our paper record and get them a certified copy. The marriages they're strictly paper right now. The state hasn't moved that into like an online module yet. That's supposed to be coming. Right now, they were supposed to do an updated version and start moving like the death records to a new platform, but that's been delayed. That was supposed to be out, I think, over 6 months ago, so.
Okay.
Gene?
One quick question, Sharon. On the mail-out ballots, does anybody keep any percentages of what are actually returned?
So for these examples that we used, so for the November election, 81% of vote by mail requested were returned. The September.
Requested, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
were returned. For the September primary, it was 48.67%. The annual town election was 39.31%, and the March primary was 70.53%.
Yet our total of people participating in elections is still not anywhere near where it should be.
No, and a lot of times we do, you know, you'll get a vote by mail request, they might get the ballot and just not return it.
For these examples you've shared, what's, for the totality, right, of all those different types of votes, what is the percentage of registered voters that actually participated?
Yep, so for the March presidential primary, our voter turnout was 28%. For the annual town election of May of '24 was 10%. For the September primary, it was 14%, and for the November state election, our turnout was 75%.
Okay. And for the, sorry, just one follow-up if that's
Sure.
okay. For the annual town election, is that pretty steady every year, around that 10% or so?
Yeah, sometimes it's lower. You know, it'll depend on what's contested. You know, you'll obviously, if you have like a debt exclusion or a Prop 2.5, that's, you know, that'll drive your number up, but it's far lower than a presidential election.
Milind?
So you mentioned about, some cost is returned, reimbursed by the state.
Yes.
Do we know, like, how much percentage? Is it fully covered, or how much percentage is covered by state?
Yeah, so we submit all of the costs in, so for what we received, for the March primary and the town election was, we got all the money that we spent, we were reimbursed. But we'll have to wait and see, for the September and November. Cause there was some equipment that, that we put in for reimbursement, so I'm not sure how that's gonna be reimbursed.
Okay, so there is some, we are not sure, like, is it always reimbursed 100% or not?
So the auditor's office reviews all of our submissions, so they have all standards, so they look at all of our submissions, and, because it's a, they have a pool of money that's set aside, and then it's paid out off of that.
Gotcha. One follow. And then I see in November, early voting percentages are very high. So, we have to store that and secure those and then send it, right? So who bears the cost of security storage while it's in our possession?
So the ballots are stored in our vault here. Our office is the one that handles all the ballots.
Gotcha. And so is that cost also reimbursed when we submit it, or it's us that take care of that cost?
Well, that's just part of, doing business. There's not really
Okay.
I mean, if we needed like additional containers to secure the ballots in there, we could submit those costs for reimbursement.
Thanks.
Rajesh?
Thanks for the presentation. So it seems like an uptick in the mail-in ballots, right? Across the overall from March to November, people
Yes.
start to ask more. So how is that impacting your staff time and resource allocation? Because it's more.
Yeah, so in this cycle is like the hardest cycle because it's, the most elections, so the election kind of takes over, so we just have to try to, manage the regular work of the town clerk's office.
May I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So mail-in will be like now it's a part of the process. So do you anticipate increase in the workload due to mail-in vote over here?
You'll have it increased in the vote by mail will only be in your even years, because that's when the state sends out the postcard asking you if you want to vote by mail. So in if it's a year where we just have the annual town election, we don't get that many requests, because a voter would have to actively, get the application, fill out the application and send it in. So typically in the odd years, the amount of vote by mail ballots are significantly lower.
Wonderful.
I
Thank you.
don't have the number right in front of me, but, you know,
It's good to keep track of those as we move into like maybe a period of 5 years. So
yes, and I mean, more people are interested in voting in a presidential than, I mean, that's, you know, that's the trend. So we'll always have the greatest number for the November state elections.
Thank you.
David?
When you send out the census forms, what's the percentage of returns to you from what you send out?
So I wouldn't really have I don't have a percentage, like, so we probably mail to about a little over 15,000 households. And then if you're a voter and you don't answer the census, you then become inactive, and then we do a confirmation mailing out to the voters where they then can respond if they're still at that address or if they've moved to a different address.
So if you're sending them out and the people who are not voters, they don't send them back, you're not tracking it really?
Well, they're still updated in the system as residents, but if you don't respond to the census, usually in May when we do our confirmation mailing, you know, if you're not a voter, then you would be deleted off of the census. But a voter you can't delete, and then that's why they get the additional mailing.
Can I just do a follow-up? So when we do the census, is it trying to get an accurate count of people in the town, or is it really a voter thing?
No, you're trying to collect all the data of all the residents,
But we're
whether
not-
they're a voter or not.
But we're not sure at this point how many we're not getting back if they're not a voter.
I'd have to, you know,
Okay.
I'd have to run a report. I don't have that on, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Sure.
So 15,000 households as for the census. Does it the same with the national census that happens?
Well, so when they do the federal census, they actually, you know, they're a little more aggressive with getting their responses, and, you know, they have people that go around and, you know, knock on doors if you didn't respond to the census. So they're always gonna have a better number, you know, than we do.
May I ask a follow-up? Do we get a chance to tally between what they have and what we have?
So the last federal census, we were at 38,325. I'd have to, we put it in the annual report,
that's
like
what
what our local census number is. I just, off the top of my head, I not remember what it was for last year.
That's okay. I can look into it. But that's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Dennis?
Just one quick follow-up. Could you actually send out the report of, you know, censuses sent out and censuses returned? Just so we can get an idea of what the percentage return is?
Yeah, I can,
Yeah.
I can look to see where we're
Yeah,
at,
if you
you
could.
know, at this point, for, you know, non-response.
Yeah, maybe send it through Kevin's office to the finance committee?
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to, oh, sorry, Milind.
This is more of a suggestion, you know, I've seen, you know, a lot of departments talking about increasing the community engagement. And I feel like, you know, if you are sending out a census form, I think adding a leaflet there will be a good way to reaching out to community. Again, just my opinion, just suggesting that.
I actually had a question on the community outreach that you were planning.
Yeah.
And you discussed. So, do we have any, I think it's great, we need to get increased engagement in local government, but do we have any social media sort of vision in terms of how to, I mean, you mentioned pamphlets and sessions, but do we have any idea how we could do that on social media as well, given that there's a cultural shift? the
Yeah,
past
so
many years?
right now, we're just trying to develop how we're, the best ways that we're gonna try to do that. So
Okay.
we're in the early stages, so we're gonna try to do whatever, you know, we can to just, you know, get more information out there. I mean, we have a lot of great information on our website, but I don't feel that people are, you know, driven there to look for the information. So we're gonna look into any different ways that we can get information out to people, just so there's a greater understanding in, what we do and how the process it work.
No more questions. I open it up to the public. Any questions for Sharon? Not, thank you, Sharon.
Thank
so
you.
much. We shall now move to the next department, which is the assessor's office. That is page 82.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
So my name is Ruth Anderson. I've been serving as your principal assessor for what will be 4 years in May, which is that, wow, that went really fast, but I feel like I've been here forever. So the assessing department is responsible for identifying all property in Shrewsbury, including real estate and personal property, for the purpose of taxation. It's accounted for just under 59% of the total funds required to meet the budget for fiscal '25. Our vision statement, as showing on the slide, is a high view description of the valuation process, which, contrary to some public belief, is not to raise taxes. The sole purpose of the valuation process that we undertake each year is to create an equitable distribution of the tax levy. This aligns with Mass state law, which states that taxes are assessed on an ad valorem basis, meaning that each taxpayer pays taxes in accordance to the value of their individual property. We also process abatements, exemptions, maintain accurate ownership information, perform property inspections to ensure correct assessment, and prepare and submit all necessary documentation to the DOR as part of the tax recapitulation to certify values and determine the annual tax rate. We prepare the quarterly and supplemental bill files for real estate and personal property, as well as up to 9 commitments for motor vehicle and boat excise tax each year. Every bill that goes out for payment of a tax in Shrewsbury originates in the assessor's office. Our overall mission is to provide fair and equitable assessment to all property in Shrewsbury, and to do so in a manner that is informative and professional. No one loves getting a tax bill, so we take every opportunity to explain the process so residents are aware of the law that determines the calculation and timing of their bill. This year, we've created an assessment information booklet that is posted to our page on the town website. This gives a detailed explanation of the entire assessment process. It includes a guide to reading a property record card, as well as several actual cost tables that are involved in determining assessed values. We also work very hard to make sure that anyone who may qualify for an exemption of any kind is made aware of that option and given all the support necessary to get them into the program. Our office is staffed by myself and 3 full-time employees, an assistant assessor who manages our inspection program, a financial assistant who takes care of all the administrative tasks, and an assistant to the assessor who shares in both those workloads and balances the needs of the department. We also have a part-time data collector who spends most of their time out in the community, performing inspections and completing the associated data entry. In fiscal '25, our main financial accomplishments were certification of values by the Department of Revenue, including nearly $112 million in new value that resulted in just under $1.4 million in additional tax growth. A key component of our growth total was the continuation of our personal property audit program to discover and assess business personal property that had been underreported in previous years. Over the last 3 years, we have invested $30,000 in this project and generated over $1.2 million in new tax revenue. Our goals for fiscal '25 mostly revolved around the required quinquennial recertification, which will be finalized during the fall of fiscal '26. This project involves reviewing and updating all existing cost tables for all classes of property, including buildings, outbuildings, extra features, to ensure that they actually accurately reflect current market conditions in Shrewsbury. In concert with the full revaluation, we are analyzing land values, specifically those adjacent or nearly adjacent to Lake Quinsigamon, to develop an updated neighborhood code that will accurately reflect market value. As a multi-year project, the reval remains one of our goals for fiscal '26. We have been in contact with our field advisor and our vendors and had our work plan approved by the DOR. And will be reviewing us every step of the way to ensure that we are meeting all state requirements in the development of our valuation process. Once the revaluation is complete, we intend to research ways to deliver timely information to the public regarding relevant topics throughout the year. These could be electronic or paper publications, short informative videos produced at SMC on topics such as excise tax, real estate abatements, exemptions, and our inspection program. Our goals tied to the strategic plan by aiming to be engaged and connected with residents, as well as providing exceptional customer service, both externally to the residents and internally to our colleagues in Town Hall. The department's budget for fiscal '26 includes an increase in our spending for continuing education and training in order to allow staff to stay on top of the most recent developments in municipal assessing and learn best practices for tasks to improve productivity. We also have a new employee who is just beginning his journey into assessing, and often the core courses have a higher price point. We've adjusted the amount budgeted for our phone services based on current monthly costs, and we added an expense to cover mileage when an inspector needs to use their own vehicle if a town vehicle is not available. And of course, you'll see costs associated with the revaluation completion for fiscal '26. Our first performance measure relates to new growth. This first set of graphs shows the growth in value and tax dollars, and specifically highlights the increases that resulted from the personal property audit program. Overall, for fiscal '25, we gained $121 million in real estate and personal property value, which equated to more than $1.4 million in additional tax dollars. We're continuing our cyclical reinspection program since data quality is one of the primary responsibilities of any assessing department in the Commonwealth. Our taxpayers should have the assurance that they're being assessed fairly with the most up-to-date information possible. The Department of Revenue requires that we inspect each property at least once every 10 years. We accomplish this by visiting properties that sold or pulled a permit for renovations, and if neither of those triggers occur within a calendar year, we draw from a list of the least recent inspection, send postcards, and go door to door to try to update our information. 10 years is a long time to go between inspections, and properties and markets can change significantly over that time. Our goal is to increase the frequency of our inspections to every 8 years so that our assessment information is more current across the board. This means we need to visit at least 1,625 properties a year. Our next property measure shows that we exceeded that number in fiscal '23 and '24, and we are on track to accomplish that goal again in fiscal '25. The office is at full staff, and the efforts of Greg Hamilton and our new staff member, Dominic Milton, to organize and coordinate the inspections are showing great results. After a couple of slow years that we can blame on the pandemic and staffing turnover, we continue to surpass the DOR's guideline of visiting 10% of all properties each year. And our final slide relates to the statutory exemption program. So far this year, we have processed 211 statutory exemption applications and applied credits in excess of $273,000 to our disabled veterans, qualified seniors, and legally blind residents. On top of the statutory exemptions, we collected 20 applications for the Standing with Shrewsbury Tax Relief Fund, which have been reviewed and acted on by the committee, granting credits totaling $12,000 to 16 qualified residents. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any questions? Milind?
So the graph that you showed, the new growth is, I'm assuming it's actuals, right, and not forecasted?
That's correct.
So have we done like a correlation exercise, based on the permits that we issue versus, what is the anticipated, the property value in coming months, quarter?
No. So we track growth throughout the fiscal year and then have to report that and have it approved by the DOR as part of the recap process. So I do have kind of a running total that would be submitted through the recap this fall for fiscal '26. At the moment, we're at about $700,000 in tax. However, there's always a huge jump at the end of the fiscal year because we go out in June and pick up current progress. So if somebody's building a new house, we'll go out usually the last week of June, right through to the end of the fiscal year, which is allowed by Chapter 653. We can pick up growth through June 30th. And if the house is 50% complete, we have a calculation process that if the house is going to be worth $800,000 when it's done and it's 50% complete, we'll tax them for that $400,000 in value for fiscal '26. So those numbers, like I said, will increase substantially the closer we get to the end of the fiscal year.
Got it. I think it will be good exercise. Oh, sorry.
Well, I will add that when there's major development, like multifamily housing development or, you know, some of the major investments that we are seeing in the commercial side of things on Clinton Street and Route 20, we do analyze and project that as we build our long-range financial model. So, you know, Ruth's responsibility is actually capturing that real growth, but we look at, you know, a 3 to 5 year period depending on the type of project. And we do have data, basically how much value traditionally rolls on a period for those multifamilies. And you may remember when we were looking at MBTA communities, we went through some of those things. So that's how we kind of understand, right? It is really important, as you said, like as we see building permits come in and projects get actually well before that, when applicants come to the planning board or the ZBA to start their initial phase, you know, we can start to then understand what the value of that project is and the likelihood of when that new value will be experienced within the community.
And we also, just to follow up on that, the assessment process is a market-adjusted cost approach. So if we take the amount of the building permit that's stated on that when a person or business pulls the permit, that's not generally accurate to what it's going to be assessed at. So if you think if you're a contractor and you have a lot of land and you're going to build a house, it might cost you $300,000 to build that house. But then it's not gonna be assessed at $300,000. It's gonna be what it could get on the market, which could be $700,000 or $800,000 or $900,000. So the amount of the permit is a good base number, but it's really not accurate when it comes to the assessing process.
And then, sorry, one more follow-up. So I know it, again, related to, you know, the next step is, you know, a lot of people look for it. And it's good that you have put a guidelines online, but how many people like ask for, or how many applications do we get for reevaluation of the assessed values?
Applications for abatement?
Yeah.
This year, it was actually a little bit low. We were at about 42. A assessing friend of mine likes to use that as a, to pat himself on the back to say, out of how many thousands of properties, only 42 people thought they were overassessed, and that translates to a certain percentage. I don't necessarily go with that, but it was a little bit lower than normal. In general, we're at about 75 to 80.
Thank you.
Jean had a question.
Just a quick question. You mentioned something about programs along Lake Quinsigamon and neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
What's?
So land is valued based on a neighborhood code, and that's not a geographic neighborhood, it's an economic neighborhood. So you could have, if you think about, you could have two subdivisions on opposite sides of town that similar style houses, similar sale prices, so their land values would be similar, meaning they would have the same neighborhood code. The way properties have been valued in Shrewsbury historically is properties that are along the water have an adjustment factor applied to them, which raises the assessment because properties land along the water is at a premium. So the way it was done in the past is to say the neighborhood code would say value the land at, big round numbers, $300,000, but because it's on the water, it's gonna have this adjustment factor that gets the land value up to $450,000. So what we want to do is take a look at that and actually create a neighborhood code that reflects just the waterfront properties, so that it's not the same neighborhood code as something else in town with the adjustment factor on it. We want just a straight cost per foot for the properties on the water. So that's gonna involve looking at sales historically, probably going back 3 or 4 years. There's been a trend along the water where people are buying, not to be flippant, but in the office, we call it Grammy and Grampy's house. So it's, you know, a smaller cottage that was built in the 30s right along the water. And they pay $500,000 for this property, and then they tear the house down. And then they build something else. So we need to figure out what the land is worth based on those types of sales. So it's a pretty involved analysis. We're working on it, and we want to have that in place for our reval for '26.
You're actually gonna find that the land value was worth more than the home.
Oh, that's absolutely the case.
Big percentage of the houses.
Absolutely the case. So there's also along the water, I mean, those of you that have lived here for a while would understand that certain parts of the lake, it's still on the lake, but it's not necessarily as desirable. So sometimes it's swampy, sometimes it's right near the 290 bridge, and you go out to sit at your fire pit, and you're hearing foom, foom, foom on the highway. So all of that kind of thing affects value. We need to look at that and make sure that what we're doing is accurate and reflects the market.
Rajesh?
So, with the abatements applications
Yep.
from last year, let's say 70 or 80, whatever it is, what percentage of them are reassessed, and what, whether up or down? So can you throw some?
So when somebody files for an abatement, the way we describe it is we have to do what's called mass appraisal. So we're looking at all of the colonials and all of the capes, and if you think of that as everything's in a bucket, right? So all the colonials that sold are in a bucket. When somebody files for an abatement and they own a colonial, it allows us to take their property out of the bucket and make sure that it's being assessed properly according to the market. So we reassess every single property that comes up before us for abatement. That doesn't mean their value changes. Sometimes we look at the market and say, you're right where you need to be. Sometimes, because we haven't been to a property in 10 years, the data does change and a decrease in the value, and therefore the tax is warranted. So it's, as far as a percentage of which ones are granted and which ones are not, it varies every single year. There's no way to say there's a trend of anything. We work very hard to be accurate. So if there's a change that's warranted, we certainly want to make that. I don't take it personally. I know some assessors do. They think they're being insulted if somebody files for abatement. And my attitude is, if we're wrong, let's make it right, and this is our opportunity to do that. So this year it was, I'm just guessing off the top of my head, it was probably 60% were granted some sort of an abatement. To be perfectly honest, there were a couple that I do these inspections personally, where I went out and I thought, this is way too high. And I was happy to grant the abatement for them and make sure that it's correct. And some of them, like I said, look at the market and say, you're right where you need to be. Yes, it's a great big number, but if you put it on the market tomorrow, you could expect to get much more than you thought.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Yes, ma'am, please come to the podium. Kindly introduce yourself with your name and address.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole Torres, 14 Park Grove Lane. So you mentioned some residents are eligible for tax exemption. So I'm just wondering the frequency with which that information is sent to them and the medium by which it's sent.
So this is an ongoing program. It's a statutory exemption program, which means we have to do it by law. Every community does some form of this. Once people are in the program, so if you get an exemption this year, next year when it's time to file, we send the application out. We also follow up with people, and then if anyone calls looking for information, we certainly give it to them. We have things at our counter. We've done programs at the Council on Aging before to get the word out as much as we can. Good timing. The deadline to file for this year is April 1st, so there is still time. All of the parameters are on the website, and if someone doesn't want to spend time looking at a computer screen, they can certainly call. They certainly come into the office. We're happy to walk anybody through it. For some of them, there is an income and asset requirement, so we do ask for some, I say, fairly nosy information, but we also stress to every resident that these applications are not open to the public. Nobody, no member of this committee, town manager, another resident can come and say, hey, I want to see Mr. Smith's exemption application. We cannot by law show it to them.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So would you say that it's, the resident really has to be the one that's proactive in terms of seeking a tax exemption?
Probably. I mean, we do come across some people that had no idea about it, but we're not really sure how else to get the word out. But one of our goals, as I said, for fiscal '26 is to research ways to improve that information getting out process. One of which would be to do like a short video on, to run on a loop on the cable loop for the town, where people could see it timely. So do something that says, hey, if you're over 65, if you're a disabled vet, now's the time to apply, and walk them through the process. So it is on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David, you had a comment?
For the past couple fiscal years as well, DPW has been working with the assessor's office, and they received the updated list of approved exemptions, and those are applied to both the water and sewer utilities as well. So individuals that meet all the metrics and requirements by the assessor's office also receive a quarterly reduction on their water and sewer bills.
Any other questions from the public? If not, we can close on assessors. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Thank you. We shall now move to the Human Resources Department, page 101. Kevin, would you be covering that? Oh, no, I see.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Christina Ordung. I'm the Human Resources Director with the town. I've been leading the Human Resources function here in Shrewsbury since the fall of 2018. Thank you for your time today. The Human Resources Department is responsible for attracting and retaining top talent, fostering a positive workplace culture, administering competitive compensation and benefits, supporting employee performance and development, ensuring compliance with labor laws and policies, promoting workplace health and safety, leveraging HR technology and data for informed decision-making, and driving organizational development and change management initiatives. Our vision statement is displayed on the PowerPoint, and I will read it aloud. We cultivate a dynamic, inclusive, and collaborative workplace where employees are our greatest asset. By investing in employee development, well-being, and engagement, we empower a high-performing workforce that drives innovation and excellence. Every individual is valued, supported in their professional growth, and provided with meaningful opportunities to achieve their career aspirations while contributing to the town's success. We've had many accomplishments over the current fiscal year, but I will walk us through a couple of them. We launched a paid family medical leave benefit, making Shrewsbury the first local government in Massachusetts to offer comprehensive paid family medical leave. We're now hosting employee information sessions for our non-union staff members. and working with our accounting office to update our HRIS system in advance of the July 1st implementation date. And we've been assisting other local governments interested in adopting similar policies for their employees. We conducted a comprehensive training needs assessment to identify key competencies across all of our positions in town. We focused on technology, skills development, professional growth, legal compliance, teamwork, leadership, and safety. And we since then have adopted a 70-20-10 learning model in which 10% of our learning is through formal instructions like targeted workshops, courses, training modules. 20% is through social learning, through interactions with mentors, coaches, and peers. And 70% is from learning in the workflow through your real life experiences on the job. Building on this, we created a structured training and development program for both onboarding and developing our staff members. So our new hires receive training programs customized to that position in collaboration with a hiring manager to span about their first year of employment. And then to further strengthen employee engagement, Kevin Mizikar and I have been hosting meetings with our new hires to introduce them to our form of government, our performance appraisal system, the benefits that we offer, and professional development opportunities. Through this, we also want to be approachable to our staff members and encourage networking across departments because oftentimes that exposure isn't available on the day-to-day. And we have been expanding financial and benefits seminars to our employees to help them maximize the use of the benefits that we offer and help them plan for long-term financial success. Over the upcoming fiscal year, we are going to be completing a compensation study for our non-union employees. This is going to entail establishing criteria for selecting comparable communities, scoring all 351 communities in Massachusetts, and then completing that comprehensive non-union compensation study using those comparable communities, and then developing an implementation plan for any adjustments for the plan itself and then the individuals that it will impact in alignment with the FY27 budget process. We are also going to be expanding and enhancing the comprehensive training program that we talked about a few minutes ago by leveraging external resources and the expertise from other departments. We have been very intentional in this budget process in making sure that our departments are adequately budgeting for training and development for their staff members. While this is an area that we have been historically limited in and we do remain lean, we want to use the resources that we have as strategically as possible to make the biggest impact that we can. We're going to be focusing on skills development, fostering a respectful workplace, ensuring legal compliance, and then strengthening our organizational resilience. A couple brief things that we'll be doing are sending our third cohort through the Shrewsbury Way Emerging Leaders Academy. Our second cohort actually begins next week. This has been a really successful program that we launched last spring that we've received really great feedback from participants. And then we're going to be utilizing free resources that we receive through our insurance for mandatory trainings for all staff members and then trainings as well for supervisors. And finally, we have a placeholder goal here for our human resources information system. So what we're really looking to do is improve efficiency in our key processes like payroll, recruitment, and onboarding. The exact steps are still being developed, but we know overall that we're looking to focus on data management and security, and then after that, activating new modules, training our employees, and then implementing those new procedures. All right, so as the town's workforce continues to grow and churn and regulations become more complex, the Human Resources Department is facing increasing demands. In order to continue providing high-quality services to employees, who in turn provide high-quality services to residents and businesses, we are requesting an addition of a second Human Resources Coordinator position. There's really two key drivers for this additional position. The direct driver is that this role will help strengthen recruitment and onboarding, enhance employee relations and training, and improve compliance reporting and overall human resources operations. The indirect driver is that the Human Resources Director will serve as a pivotal leader in driving the town's enterprise performance and optimization initiatives. Recognizing that people are at the heart of a successful transformation, the town manager has committed to placing human capital at the core of every decision as we restructure, modernize, and optimize our business processes, workforce design, and operating models. This new position will strategically elevate the director position, enabling focused leadership on workforce strategy, organizational culture, and talent development, while those operational tasks are streamlined and delegated. This alignment is essential for building a high-performing, sustainable, and future-ready municipal workforce. If we review the differences between the department request and fiscal projection 1, you will see that one difference is the human resources coordinator position. This position had initially been incorporated into the outer years of the department staffing plan, but was made a town-wide priority in order to meet these increasing demands of recruitment, employee relations, training, compliance reporting, and the other core HR functions, so that we can continue delivering high-quality services to our employees. Without this additional help, we do face risk to our operations, legal compliance, and employee satisfaction. Investing in this position strengthens workforce stability and protects the town from unnecessary risks. Some of the key areas of impact include managing this increased workload, ensuring compliance and risk management, enhancing employee support, and improving our operational stability within the department. Some of the other differences that you'll see between the department request and fiscal projection 1 is that there is a slight decrease in operational expenses under the utility telephone category. The Human Resources Department and the Town Manager's Office share the same office space, and so our desk phones are covered through the Town Manager's budget. You will also see an increase in operational expenses under the supplies not classified category. This is a smart investment in employee appreciation and recognition, which will have a big impact. So for our town, our size, budget of $1,250 is a really minimal investment that will go a long way in strengthening our morale. It equates to about $3 per employee on a full-time basis, but it's a really cost-effective way to help with our employee engagement and morale. These funds will be used primarily for employee appreciation and recognition, such as through employee events, likely with a focus on Shrewsbury's birthday party in December. I want to underscore that this isn't about perks, it's about making sure that we retain the people who keep this town running smoothly. In today's war for talent, organizations and leaders are constantly looking for strategies to retain their top performers while increasing employee productivity. And both private and public sector employers are in search of those new perks to satisfy employees, many of which are just out of our reach. Many studies show that one of the most easily executed and cost-effective strategies is employee recognition and appreciation. So by investing in this, we're making a smart, cost-effective decision to strengthen our workforce, enhance our service quality, and ultimately benefit the community. I have some interesting statistics for you here. So the Human Resources Department, between full-time, part-time, seasonal help, we support over 500 employees. We've been really steadily hiring over 80 people a year, 84 people this calendar year, 88 people last calendar year. This year we promoted 15 employees. Last year we promoted 17 employees. We're processing hundreds of personnel actions every year through our system. And about 49% of our staff members have been with the town for less than 5 years. So that's really why we're focusing on that training and development aspect. These employees very well could be coming to us with 5, 10, 15 years of experience in other communities, but still there's unique things about Shrewsbury, our processes, and what we do here that does still need to be trained. Some other statistics for you are that our turnover rate is about 7%. That if you're looking for a benchmark against that, 10 to 12% is considered to be a successful employee turnover rate, so we are happy with that 7%. We have about a 70% benefit utilization rate, which has been pretty steady in the last couple fiscal years. Our investment for employee training and development is about $433 per employee. I will say that that is very heavily skewed towards public safety, including public works. The average employee doesn't have quite that investment, and that is something that I would like to see improve over the coming fiscal years. And 49% of the municipal operating budget is allocated for salaries and benefits. So human resources and the work that we do has huge impacts across the organization and what residents and businesses feel. At this time, I'd like to conclude my presentation and open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Christina. I just had a couple of questions. First of all, thank you for especially the last slide, the statistics. It's really helpful. So I had a question as far as the employee training and all the recognition and all this stuff that you talked about, which is very important for an organization's morale, as you mentioned. Where does that funding come from? Because I don't see it in your budget.
So there's training that's budgeted within each department. I will say that much of that is limited. So we do a lot of training in-house. So if you're a brand new employee, it starts with a training memo. We identify the resources that you're going to need electronically, the training that you're going to need. It's a very heavy lift for hiring managers and for the human resources department because of that. And then we do send employees likely to their functional specific association for different trainings as well. Likely at least after 6 months that they've been employed with the town. As they've gotten their day-to-day, their core functions down, they can begin with other professional development. In terms of employee recognition, we don't have a budget for that right now, so what that has looked like thus far has been appreciating our employees via emails. We have a small wellness budget that we can utilize through our health insurance. That is very strict in the way that we're able to utilize it. They will tell us to get quinoa salads catered, which it doesn't really translate to 300 employees in a variety of different locations. But we are creative where we can be, including with having potlucks for employees or having employees donate $5 and pooling that money in order to do something meaningful. But it would be really beneficial to our staff if they didn't have to play a part in their own recognition and appreciation.
Yeah, that's noted. Is there something we have in plan to, maybe in future budgets, to allocate something like this? What?
Yeah, so in this year's human resources budget, we have an amount of $1,250 that has been put in for this kind of recognition and appreciation. And we have a calendar of events that we plan to launch with employees beginning in July to utilize these funds.
Dennis?
I just a couple questions. One is, how does Shrewsbury's staffing for human resources compare to our comparable towns and cities?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll start with giving a really brief history of the Human Resources Department here. Our first HR employee was hired in 2018. The benefits position had been existing in another department, And those two positions were later centralized into the HR department in 2022, and the director position was established. So if you look at the Human Resources Department here in Shrewsbury, it's very young, and that can be seen in other communities as well. But when you look at communities supporting 40,000 residents, it is typical to see at least a couple human resources specific positions outside of benefits within a department. So I'd say that we're equal, if not a little bit lower staff than what we're seeing in our comparable communities. But there are several communities in Massachusetts that are smaller or a little bit behind Shrewsbury that may not even have the human resources formally set up yet.
Okay, and
But
then-
you did sorry, go ahead, Dennis.
Then just a quick follow-up. The new employees hired every year, what is the net new? Because I'm sure a lot of it is backfilled at 7% turnover.
Oh,
Is it-
yeah, 3 to 5 positions maybe are the net new annually.
Just because that's a big number, and I just want to make sure the community understands we're not hiring 84 people a year. We're hiring 3 or 5, and we're backfilling, 80.
Yeah, it's really that constant churn of staff members that we're seeing in existing positions.
But the constant trend must increase our costs, right? So if we can keep someone, we can save money.
Yeah, we estimate it's about mostly in direct costs. I think we do a really great job in keeping our direct costs down when it comes to recruitment. We pay very little when it comes to postings, but with indirect costs between the Human Resources Department and the investment from hiring managers and those who train staff, I would estimate it at about $4,000 per recruitment, again, in indirect costs.
I often wonder why we have 3 different human resources departments in the town, and why they've never been consolidated into one. Could you give us any reason why this doesn't happen? I think it would be much more efficient. It would be much more even as far as benefits, what can be done, what can't be done across the board, rather than have 3 individual units.
Yeah, that is an interesting comment and a question that we have certainly volleyed around in the past. I can advise that our benefits coordinator does support all 3 of these different departments, so that one position does cross all the different human resources departments. From our analysis, it wouldn't be a cost-saving measure to combine these 3 human resources departments. It would ultimately likely end up with the need for additional staffing, because if you look at any one, they're likely staffed very lean. And if you look at what the town is doing, hiring over 80 employees per calendar year, you can only imagine what the school's impact looks like. So I think that we would really need to collaborate, Kevin, with his peers to understand what that staffing would look like to ensure that there wouldn't be a dip in services in any of the 3 groups, because I could certainly see the bandwidth being sort of needed by the schools to support their functions very easily, which would result in lower services to our employees, whether it's the town or Selco.
Thank you.
So, thank you for this. Your department is doing great, and I think promoting within is going to help retain some of the top talent, so thank you for that. I think my question, a couple of questions. I think one question comes from is, I've seen in some of the observations, some presentations, the observation was some of these department heads have been asking 0.5 position from a technical administrative thing. Have you thought about kind of creating an internship program and open up these kind of positions to students, high schools or college students? And what's your thought on that?
Yeah, we actually launched an internship page on the Town of Shrewsbury website just a couple of weeks ago, and shared that at the department head meeting. There's been decentralized internships in the past. We've had them in the police department, in the library, but by centralizing it through the human resources department, we're going to be able to make sure that these opportunities are mutually beneficial for the department and for the student, that they're getting a really great experience with the town, and we'll be able to establish those pipelines from different organizations and our different colleges and universities in the area, and also with Shrewsbury Public Schools. Local government may not be something that our high school students are thinking about, so it'll be great to give them that experience here in town. We actually do have a high school student that will be joining the town manager's office this spring, and we also have another intern that will be joining us for a administration and finance internship this spring or this summer. So we have just opened that door, and we're excited to build that program as well.
Awesome, thank you. And my second question was, I heard in the earlier presentation, 70% of the time is spent for payroll. I see HRIS is one of your goal. Is payroll processing, taking that module on as part of that scope on the cards?
So what we're looking to do is improve our process when it comes to payroll, to have a more employee-led payroll process, because by having employees enter that information, it's going to free up over 10 full-time employees across our organization to do more meaningful work. With that being said, our Human Resources Information System project this year involves really building that foundation. There's a lot of changes that we need to make in our system. We adopted this system in the 90s. We did the best that we could with it, and now we really need to bring it into the 21st century so that structurally we're set up the way that we need to within the software in order to turn on new modules. Payroll is at the top of the list.
Thank you.
David?
Just to follow on what Jean said here, if we have 3 units and we merge into 1 unit, I understand your argument of the cost effectiveness, but I think we should do a study on that, because what you normally do when you merge units, your command structure stays, the higher, instead of 3 directors, you have 1.
Mm-hmm.
So those 2 directors now become more hands-on workers. So you actually have more workers and less management. So I would like to see the study on that, because I don't think it's going to cost us more to have those, because the management gets cut down even though you have the same FTEs. So if we could do that at some point, it'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll be happy, we need to look into it, I'm not disputing that, but I think you'd be surprised at the work that our managers get to do in all of the departments. It's not what you may expect that a manager does. It's the reason that we're looking to add staff on the town side, because our managers, and I think I can confidently speak for Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Roy, is that they're getting pulled down into day-to-day tasks because of the staffing arrangements that we have. So there's no doubt that, we need to look at this and we can have the conversations, but as Ms. Ordung said, I think we need to get to the point where we actually have enough staffing within each component and look at it from that standpoint. And, the town's been, establishing an HR department in 2018 is a little late, so, and it has bled into other things, like why is payroll so inefficient, and why aren't we using our ERP effectively on the human resources side? Is it because we never had the advocate, for that? So, but definitely agree and look forward to working on that.
And I absolutely, and I don't mean to say that people aren't doing their job.
No.
But I do think sharing resources among different departments is normally more efficient. And it may come out exactly what you say, but in general, shared resources and shared personnel tend to be more efficient.
Agreed.
Since we're on this metric site, I was just curious, do we ever look at the demographics of our town employees compared to the demographics of our community?
So this is, again, something that we'd like to build out through our Human Resources Information System and expand that to what our applicant pool looks like, because outside of processing an EEO4 report for the state, we aren't able to really see those numbers easily, and even through that report, we're not able to see that information easily. So we're hoping that through this work on the HRIS system, that we'll be able to get a lot more of statistics and data about our current workforce, about our applicant pool, so that we can compare that to our community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Any questions for HR from the public? If not, we can move to the next department. Thank you, Christina.
Yeah, one.
Oh, yes. Please come up and introduce yourself.
My name is Anand Sharma, Precinct 9, 102 Stony Hill Road. I have a question regarding the tools HR using for processing the payment, all those. Do we have, or we are using the third-party system for that?
So we are not using a third-party system, we do it in-house.
You purchase those tools from somewhere, or
So our
your
main,
license or something?
our main system is Enterprise ERP, or known as Munis, and we use that system, but it's all completed in-house. All of the HR functions are completed in-house, whether it's how we process payroll to employees requesting time off, all of it is very manual at this time.
Do you think it's more efficient? They're just like in the corporate world, we have a third-party system we use, and those systems are very more efficient and not cost-effectively also.
Yes, absolutely. So that's something that we're looking to undertake in the next fiscal year by sort of fixing the foundation of the software that we use so that we can turn on more modules and automate many of our processes so that we can free up staff time to do more meaningful work.
Okay, and I heard you saying you are serving for 40,000 citizens of the, town residents. So what kind of communication or anything do you have with the town residents?
So most of the communication that the Human Resources Department does have is internal, but the communication that you see that goes out to the public comes in the forms of our opportunities that we post through the town website or through various mediums like the Massachusetts Municipal Association or through LinkedIn, and then through either new hires or promotions that Taylor Galusha, our communications coordinator, pushes out through different social media platforms. So a lot of it is recognizing our current staff.
Okay. And I saw one more thing, the 7% turnout. You didn't mention about that, how much expenditure come for that, how much expenses we need for when people are going out. You have to do something for that employee also. How much percentage you are spending on that amount?
So I would say an average is about $4,500 in indirect costs when it comes to our employee turnover, and that the direct costs associated with that could be likely there's going to be minimal overtime. That number would be higher in our public safety departments when it comes to overtime, with the costs that come with anywhere that we post our positions. And then the indirect costs are the staff that are taking on additional responsibilities while that vacancy is occurring, and then the time that the Human Resources Department and the hiring manager spend during the recruitment and training processes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Not, thank you, Christina. We shall now move on to Personnel Board. Page 98.
So the Personnel Board is a 3-member body that is appointed by the town moderator, and they serve a variety of functions, including supporting the development of the classification and compensation plan, reviewing and classifying positions. They help us in times of contract negotiations and advocating for employees as positions are established within our personnel system. So within their budget, we retain a centralized pool of funding for our performance-based salary adjustments and collective bargaining agreements that are currently under negotiation. And throughout the course of the year, we draw from those funds as changes are made, performance incentives are awarded, and contracts are settled. We also have an aspect of their budget within the 4, 5, 6 lines that are a centralized pool of funding that departments can apply for or individual employees can apply for if their departmental budgets don't have sufficient funds to satisfy the needs. It's also where we fund cross-cutting programs like the Shrewsbury Way Emerging Leader Academy that was previously mentioned. Happy to answer any questions. One more thing that came to mind is that the Personnel Board is the entity that assists in setting the cost of living adjustment that's recommended to town meeting annually. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee on the Personnel Board? If not, I open it up to the public. No questions? Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
We now reach our first scheduled break of 10 minutes. It's exactly 10:30, so we will reconvene at 10:40, and we will go to the police department. We'll have a 10-minute break.
Only an hour behind.
Yeah.
Warm enough today? Oh, boy. I do 30 minutes. Yeah, right?
We gotta move this along. I don't wanna be here. 15, 30 is fine.
30 minutes?
Yeah,
Everybody's
absolutely.
okay?
Sorry, Dean,
The next department are the public safety departments, and we will start with the police department. Chief Anderson. That is page 150 of the book.
Good morning. I'm Chief
morning.
Kevin Anderson. Thank you for having me here today. On behalf of the Shrewsbury Police Department, I would like to thank the Finance Committee for your support for the new police station. We have been in the station for a little over 2 years, and it's a perfect building for our 21st century model policing. The building was designed and built to last 50 years. One of the highlights of the station has been the training and public conference rooms. We have hosted a total of 97 days of classes in our training room. These training sessions provided approximately $8,000 in cost savings for the department and delivered critical development opportunities for personnel without incurring additional cost. The department also hosted 422 other Shrewsbury events and meetings in the training and public conference rooms for residents and other town departments in 2024. Little overview of the department. The department has 78 full-time employees serving around 39,000 residents with a current annual budget of $7.8 million for fiscal '25. The department has 61 sworn officers, 15 support and clerical staff, including 1 full-time mental health clinician and 1 full-time animal control officer. The department also has 12 part-time officers to assist with road details and special town events. Shrewsbury is a very unique community from a public safety standpoint. It's ranked 40th most populated community in the state out of 351. We are 41 miles west of Boston. We border the city of Worcester, the second largest city in New England. We have 4 major highways that go through town, and Lake Quinsigamon that attracts a large recreational population during the summer months. We are also within 10 minutes of 8 highly ranked colleges and several multiple large biotech firms. Shrewsbury operates more like a city with an increase in daytime population with the amount of commercial, business, and traffic. Shrewsbury is also the 15th fastest growing city in the town in Massachusetts out of 351. The city of Worcester is ranked 5th, and the town of Westboro is ranked 23rd. And policing is unique compared to other departments in town. As our community grows, as well as the communities around us, our traffic volume and calls for service continue to increase. Shrewsbury is also similar in size and population to 21 cities in the state out of 59. In Shrewsbury, there are approximately 2.5 residents per household. The 5 new planned developments will produce an estimated 791 units in total, which means a little over 2,000 new residents on average. Also, with the potential additional 270 more units, that could mean that all total would be approximately 2,700 additional residents, increasing the town's population to slightly over 41,000. Keep in mind, our community and surrounding communities will continue to grow. And with the national average of 2.46 police officers per 1,000 residents, this would put us at 95 to 100 required sworn officers based on FBI statistics. I feel we could allocate our personnel and provide superior public safety with 76 sworn officers as outlined in my 5-year strategic staffing plan. The towns of Beverly, Woburn, and the city of Braintree, which are similar in size, have 75, 76, and 89 sworn personnel, respectively. We currently have 61 officers. Let's go over some accomplishments over the last year. We hosted our annual open house in the fall of '24 with station, cruiser tours, opportunities to interact with various other departments. We also had food trucks, music, vendors, and we also had comfort dogs. We had our 18-member community engagement team present, and about 4,000 people attended the event. As part of the police department's commitment to emergency preparedness, the department adopted a standard for proactive, integrated, active shooter hostile event response, ASHER training. We were able to accomplish this monumental task of being one of the first fully trained departments in the state and outfit every cruiser with the necessary equipment to utilize this training with the help of ARPA funding. We also had 2 officers certified as pilots for our drone program. The drone program is an incredible asset for missing and endangered people, as well as assisting and finding suspects. In fact, we used the drone this past Thursday to assist with and save a drowning victim in Lake Quinsigamond. With the help of ARPA funding, the department was able to purchase 2 top-of-the-line drone units. In March of '25, we appointed our first full-time traffic officer. This officer will support the traffic activities through data collection and analysis. The entire unit will utilize a traffic calming approach, which is education, enforcement, engineering, and emergency response. In May of '24, the department held its first annual awards ceremony in the police department training room, which recognized our officers, employees, and civilians who went above and beyond. In total, 26 officers and civilians were honored for their outstanding contributions to the department and to our community. FY26 goals. Goal number 1 is create a traffic attendant program. This will be tied to engaged, connected, and thriving. We will develop a Shrewsbury Police traffic attendant program to supplement police officers and part-time officers to fill traffic details. Traffic attendants will be unarmed, non-sworn civilians with no police powers. This program will assist in filling 10% of our traffic assignments that go unfilled. Goal number 2, create a commercial traffic enforcement unit, which will be tied to exceptional. The commercial traffic unit would work with the newly created traffic unit as a supplement. This unit would focus on commercial vehicles and crash reconstruction. With the ever-increasing number of warehouses in the community and commercial traffic on our 4 state highways, this unit would be essential, ensuring that all commercial vehicles meet Massachusetts commercial vehicle standards. Goal number 3, enhancing care for our vulnerable populations. And this will be tied to engaged, connected, and thriving. Enhancing the care for our vulnerable populations through our involvement in the Safety Net program, triad meetings, Coffee with a Cop, and increasing the number of officers certified in critical incident training. As of 2023 census, approximately 18% of our population are over the age of 65. By using these safety programs, we can help make the vulnerable population more secure in their own environment, as well as assist those residents who help care for our elderly. A little budget overview. Our overall budget was increased by $436,502, about 5.59% versus the prior year. This is most significantly tied to contractual union obligations and a 2% cost of living adjustment for non-union staff. Additional costs are anticipated for subscription costs for products and services that were part of the police station construction project, and those right now are around $60,000 a year. As for staffing, our original request was for 2 captain positions and 2 officer positions, but unfortunately, we did not get them. Just want to talk about those positions for a little bit. The officer positions were going to be for another traffic officer and another detective. Our detective calls over the last 3 years have gone up 46%. They're more complex. They involve much of what we have in front of us today, computers, technology. So it's really becoming quite a increase in that type of crimes. The captain positions was designated to alleviate the administrative duties for lieutenants so they could be employed as watch commanders on patrol shifts, assisting the patrol sergeants. In 2026, we're able to replace 4 heavily used cruisers. We're 24/7, so cruisers are used all day long. And we'll talk about some of our incidents. We average 130 incidents per day for a total of a little over 46,000 in 2024. It's an 11% increase from 21 and a 56% increase from 2010. By the way of comparison, the town of Woburn, which is one of our comparables, public safety-wise, with 76 sworn officers, hit on an average of 92 incidents per day, and the officers in Shrewsbury handled 130. Officers handled each incident for an average of nearly 30 minutes. So if you averaged our incidents, we're on the call for approximately 30 minutes. Technically, it's actually 29.2. And our response time is about 1 minute and 50 seconds, and that's from the time the call comes in. When it's dispatched, we're about a little over 1 minute and a half, so 1 minute and 32 seconds, which is really good. Further breakdown of incidents, 22 to present. I use 22 to present because it's a 3-year window, and we're post-COVID. I think a lot of people have moved back to town and maybe haven't gone back to the office, but we do seem to have a lot more people throughout the day. The further breakdown includes 64% increase in detective investigations, a 12% increase in mental health calls, and 22% increase for well-being checks. Traffic accidents have increased 14% since 2022. Last year, we had about 1,100. Speeding violations increased 84% over the last 3 years. We had last year 1,113, which is why the department is looking to increase the traffic unit. Also, lake incidents have increased significantly. Last year, there was a 25% increase, but over the last 4 years since COVID, a lot of people bought boats, jet skis. We have a lot of activity out there. Every year, the Shrewsbury Police Department aggressively seeks out grant funding and seeks to capitalize on available funding by utilizing various grants. It saves Shrewsbury taxpayers money and opens up opportunities for our department to obtain equipment and funding that may not be possible with our normal operating and capital budgets. And if you see on the slide, which is around $400,000 last year. In this slide, the bottom left photo is our Shrewsbury Police Youth Academy, which has been a tremendous success over the last 2 years. And in fact, typically we have a waiting list for it. The top left photo is the department's comfort dog, Blue. Officer T.J. Kelly is Blue's handler, and the department was able to purchase Blue through the town's capital improvement plan. Blue has attended several events throughout our community, and everyone that meets Blue absolutely loves the dog. The last remaining photos are illustrations of the great work our community engagement team and all officers throughout the department perform. Officers take part in events such as the annual Fill the Wagon Toy Drive, Thanksgiving Food Drive, Truck or Treat, and Touch a Truck events. Officers can also be seen within the school community at events such as Reading Day, Field Day, and welcoming kids back to school with high fives. And that ends my presentation, and if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Does anybody have a question? Gene?
I have some questions in reference to the budget. I'm looking at page 152, and could you just bring us up to date a little bit on this miscellaneous account? 175,000, what's included in that?
Yes, so the miscellaneous account, we use that to fill for when people are on military leave. In fact, we have 6 officers out of our 34 that are in the military, and 2 are currently activated. So when we have to backfill for overtime, we use that account. We also use that account when we fill officers to fill for dispatch, or sergeants to fill for dispatch that are certified in dispatching, and that's to avoid ordering somebody in off duty.
Okay, that answers my second question, but other departments use it as extra time. I wonder if the headings maybe could be coordinated a little bit closer. Because you look at the figure, it's a large figure, miscellaneous, you know, that seems to be high. Next thing is on the boat. You've got 41,000 in there. Is that just general repairs or problems or?
Oh, I'll look at that. Oh, is that the overtime line? Yeah.
It's personnel.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no.
for personnel. That's for overtime on the boat. We have 23 officers that are trained on
Yeah.
boat operating.
Again, I think a notation on that would make it much clearer on the boat itself. That's all I had. Thank you.
Chief, I had one question about the number of officers and national average as how we basically compete with that or relate to that. So are you having any problems in terms of fatigue of officers, given that it seems that we are below as far as the number of incidents that our officers have to handle in comparison with other towns? Do you see any short-term or long-term issues being understaffed?
We do. It's a lot of stress, being a police officer today, and absolutely. It's, we see officers that are just tired, and we have to order officers in. It's generational as well. Generation, they have a better work-life balance, so they don't typically like to work overtime. So we are facing that as well.
What is the current turnover, if you know it, for your officers?
Turnover as far as leaving the department?
Yeah.
One thing is we're very fortunate. We do two things. We hire very hard, and we actually have a lot of officers that want to work in Shrewsbury. We currently have 6 that want a lateral here from other departments.
Okay, so that kind of answers my second question. When you have openings, are you trying to get from other communities where they already have experience as a police officer, or are we focused on hiring somebody new in and having to do all their training or things like that? So
What we do is both. So we'll interview the officers that are on the list, and we'll also interview officers that are coming from other departments. And we've actually turned down other officers from other departments because they may have not been the right fit for our department.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for all the great work that your team does, also including the one that heroic rescue on the lake this Thursday. So one quick question I have is on this additional sheet that was presented. When the supervisors are not able to attend in the current scenario, so what % of these are part of our call pattern?
So I don't have a percentage on that, but I'll just give a little background on that. So currently, right now, most of our shifts are covered by one sergeant. And at times, we'll have 3 or 4 calls that are very important calls going on at the same time, and that sergeant will have to decide which call they're going to. And on another note, the young officers do an amazing job, but we have 29 officers out of our 34 that have 5 years or less as a police officer. So it's important for the sergeant to be at those calls to assist.
Thank you.
So just to follow up to his comment, right? So I know one of your goal is to create the traffic supervisor, I believe.
Attendant.
The
Commercial.
attendant, the traffic officer, right?
Yes.
So how does that alleviate, when we create that position, how do we alleviate that situation that you just mentioned, about deciding which call to go to?
As far as traffic officer?
No, not for the sergeant to, if there are multiple calls coming in, does that kind of lessen some of that burden, now that there is someone looking at traffic?
So if we had a traffic officer, that's all they would focus on. They would focus on traffic enforcement, and then the other officers can focus on the rest of the town. So how it works right now is we have officers answer calls, and then in between answering calls, they'll conduct traffic enforcement.
One more question. So with the anticipated growth, there are other big projects that are coming along in the town in the next 5 years, right? How do you anticipate, obviously the number of incidences are not going to go down. It's always going to increase year over year with these staffing levels? You know, what is your projected staffing level? Have you kind of had an opportunity to anticipate that?
Yes, so I think everyone here should have that, the 5-year strategic staffing plan, and that is 76 sworn officers. And the reason for that is, you know, like a business, you have to run a police department like a business, you have to project 3 to 5 years out. So I'm always thinking 3 years and 5 years out. Because if you folks told me today that I could hire a police officer, that police officer's not gonna be on the road for a year and a half, at least, could be more.
Thank you.
So that would mean 14 new police officers in the next 5 years.
Yes.
Dennis?
Well, just to follow up on Vikram's question, so if it takes 1.5 years, when do we start paying for that new officer? Is it year one? Or does it, we say, we approve an officer this year, and then we're not really gonna pay for it for another year and a half? When they're fully trained and ready?
That's a great question. If you were to tell me right now I could hire an officer, it would take me about 6 months to do the background investigation, the interview process, and then from that point, to find a police academy, which typically is about 3 to 6 months out. So that if, right now, I know the academies are filled up until next January. Because
So-
everyone's in the same boat. A lot of folks have left policing, so a lot of towns are in the same boat trying to get back to them.
So there is, there's gonna be a delay for any expenses we'd incur when we bring on a police officer?
Yes, if I was told today, at least 6 months.
Okay.
Before we'd pay for them.
Yeah, which is, it's good to know that it's not hitting the budget right away. I did have there's 4 cruisers, I think, that you either replaced or are looking to replace?
Yes.
Are those gonna be hybrids, or?
So what we do is we try to get the hybrids. In the past, we've had kind of an issue with, you know, getting a hybrid in a timely manner, but I think we're pretty much up to speed now, we can get those. So
How
it's
it-
planned as a hybrid.
I know you were 24-hour use of the cruisers, basically. How well have the hybrids we've had up to now performed? Has there been any long out of service?
Yes, we did actually have two of the hybrids had major issues. In fact, one, we had to appeal with Ford in order to return it, because it just kept not starting.
So my follow-up to that would be, are we better off getting hybrids or better off going with the, you know, the normal, not, you know, gasoline-powered cruisers, at least for the next 4 or 5 years while the technology continues to improve?
I'm fine with that, but I guess that's more of a decision for the town. I know we want to go towards hybrids and electric.
In your opinion, do you think it would possibly save us money for the department? And also, you know, because we're not gonna have to rent a car. If one of those goes down, we have to replace that car. So would it be better for the police department today to go with gas-powered?
It would.
Okay,
Yes. It would.
Not that
And they do wear tires a little more
Yep.
for some reason. And they haven't, when we had those 2 cruises that were down, that kind of put us behind. And that was about 6 months.
I'm all for this town being a green community. I'm actually a big proponent of it, but I do think in some instances we're better off holding off on some of those things and, you know, saving money and doing things, you know, with gas. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
So Chief, I was surprised when I saw the next rank below you was lieutenant.
Yes.
So in incident command, if you're incapacitated, not available, at best a lieutenant is showing up to run. So you don't have a dedicated captain or deputy chief that would take over in your absence for those type of things, correct?
I do not.
And how beneficial would it be to have that captain that would run sort of your shadow if you're not there?
It's very important. In fact, having captains would alleviate the lieutenants of their administrative responsibilities, and they can also be incident commanders, and then the captain could be the incident commander as well.
And just one comment, I had done some work in law enforcement, and the vehicles that you guys, the Fords, we discontinued use for similar maintenance and reliability. So I think the town should look into maybe going for the gas until we can get that straightened out, but that's just a comment.
Thank you.
Chief, just to follow up on David's comment, as far as the captains are concerned, would they also have to go through the same training process of 6 months in the police academy? Or could they be, since it's a more senior position, could they be hired earlier?
They could be hired earlier, because what one of the requirements would be that they would have to be a lieutenant in grade, and then they would be hired from a lieutenant. So if I got 2 officers, I'd put the officers through the academy, and then once they're up and trained, then we'd promote.
So in essence, you're hiring captains, but the salary would be the adjustment between the lieutenant and the captain, and then we really be bringing in 2 new junior officers.
Yes.
From a financial perspective.
Yes.
So it's not as expensive as bringing 2 new captains in from out of, because the idea is you move a lieutenant up to a captain.
Yes.
So it's not going to be the cost of just bringing a captain in from outside and leaving everything else the same.
It'll be the difference between the cost
Right.
of a
That-
lieutenant and a captain.
I think that's good to know, and as we're thinking on budgets.
So, I'm sorry then, because you're asking for a whole new captain position.
Yes.
So even though you may promote from lieutenant, you're gonna fill a lieutenant from a sergeant, you're gonna fill a sergeant from patrolman, you're gonna hire a new patrolman.
Yes.
So it is really, we're funding that full.
Yes,
correct.
you're
All
funding
right.
the full.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Any other questions from the committee?
Just one.
Sure, please go ahead.
On the mental health person that you hired for your department, how has that been working out? And do you think it's been saving time of officers, et cetera? And
It's been outstanding, and there is a large cost savings, excuse me, for the medical field in general.
Yeah.
You know, the savings that you save, it's several $100,000 by diverting somebody to a hospital and getting the resources they need, has saved us all money. It's been going great.
yeah, I just think we could publicize that a little bit better, that is a very positive step for the police department and the town. That's why I wanted to bring it up, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Just a quick.
Jim?
Yep.
Just Jim.
Chief, just on the traffic attendant program, your 26 goal, I'm assuming that's because of resources. Historically, you've seen, a Shrewsbury police officer, or occasionally maybe you've seen someone from the sheriff's county patrolling, doing traffic. These are gonna be civilian roles, and they're gonna go through some training, and then they'll also be paid for what they do?
Yes.
Okay.
So how it'll work is we'll, anytime there's road work, we try to fill it with a full-time police officer,
Right.
then a retired police officer, and then third tier would be a traffic attendant.
So
But
we
they
don't-
wouldn't be able to work special details where a police officer is required, and that's at a school, and that's roads that are 45 and over
Yeah.
miles per hour.
So we've gotten away from using the sheriff's office for police detail. I'm going off of memory on that question.
Yeah,
We've gotten
yeah,
away from
you're
that.
absolutely right, and it's just, things are just changing.
Yeah.
Police officers don't work as much overtime as they did in the past.
And lastly, if I could.
Sure.
Is this a mass-initiated thing, or are you developing this?
This would just be for the town,
Town of Shrewsbury? Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Diana?
I was just going to ask a follow-up on the mental health position. Do you think we're staffed appropriately there now, or would another one provide additional benefit?
Well, right now, I think having one is enough.
Okay.
We do gotta watch we're funded on a grant, and we won't know until mid-June if that funding is going to be, there. There's been some rumor that it's not, so we may have to address that in mid-June. But right now, it's funded through Advocates Program.
That's good follow-up. So, if we lose the grant, what is the plan?
We have put some money aside, I believe. David, is that true? We did put some money aside in case that happens.
Yeah, partial funding aside for the position, but we'd likely need a reserve fund at some point next year. That would be subject to kind of Mr. O'Connell's questioning of, full staffing and all that. So you know what I mean? It takes us a while to backfill positions, and we have some folks out on military leave and all that, so we would assess that if we don't get the grant.
And we have one officer that was notified a few weeks back that he's gonna be on military leave for a year starting July 1st. So he's going overseas. So we won't have that salary we'll be paying.
Does the government, he's probably in the does military refund the town for when that person leaves for a year so we can backfill the position?
So how it works is for the first 30 days, the town pays person on military leave, I believe.
Yep.
Then after that, it's funded by the military.
And then, yeah, and in some situations, but not very common, if the military wage is lower than the base wage, the town has to make up the difference for the full deployment.
But there's no backfill money for like overtime or other things since we'll be down.
Correct.
And that's that miscellaneous account as
Yeah.
well. If we had to fill because that person's in the military, we would use that funding.
And roughly how many officers a year are out on military leave?
So the officers, we have 34 that are in patrol. We have 6 of those that are military. Right now, we have one that's in the military, and he'll be returning in July and then going to a police academy. We had to hold that position. And then this next one's getting deployed July 1st for a year. And we have others that, quite frankly, any day, they could be notified that they're getting deployed.
And there's no backfill that we can get for these positions during that period?
We would, if they all got deployed, we would really have to come up with a plan of, maybe removing somebody from a position and putting them back in patrol, which I'd rather not do.
Any other questions from the committee? I open it up to the public. Are there any questions for the police department? Mr. Sharma, please come in and introduce yourself.
Anand Sharma, Precinct 9, 102 Stony Hill Road. I have a question regarding the over speeding in the neighborhood. So in the past, I have also complained multiple times that there are a lot of drivers is over speeding in neighborhood, kids playing in the summertime or springtime. Do you have any program to deal with that kind of situation, or
Is
it's a
that
very
for-
common practice?
For speeding,
Yeah, speeding in the neighborhood.
yes, so we just hired our first full-time traffic officer. We also put his information on the town webpage, so you can go right on the town webpage and reach out to him directly, and his phone number's on there as well.
Okay. I have a follow-up question. So do you have we would like to as a community, we would like you have some program or some kind of sign or something, so people notice that this is the neighborhood, they should not drive in place, or I'm going to call and complain. I have did multiple times, and every time one police officer came and they put the sign, it's there for a few days, and after that there same things happen again and again.
And is that you referring to the radar signs that we have?
Yeah, something we need the kind of permanent, so when people entering into the neighborhood, they can see it we should drive slowly or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's
It's a
something,
very common.
that's something we could work with highway, of putting more permanent signs, in the roadway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Not, that completes our police department. Thank you, thank you, Chief Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief. Thank you.
We shall now move on to the fire department. And that is page 154 of the book.
So I have the slide in my copy. So you want me to just punch you in? Yeah, yes, okay. All set?
Yes, please.
Hey, good morning. I'm Fire Chief Seth Colby. With me this morning, I have Joe Milos, our Operations Manager. He'll assist with any specific questions at the end. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us this morning. The fire department's mission is to protect life, property, and the environment through public education, fire prevention, and emergency response, to be helpful, courteous, and professional. Our vision is to foster a safe and resilient community through collaboration and innovation. This past year has been one of significant progress and adaptation for the Shrewsbury Fire Department. We have made strides in enhancing our operational efficiency, expanding our community engagement, and laying the groundwork for future improvements. We successfully implemented a new inspection module in our record management system, enabling us to capture 100% of our commercial occupancies for inspection. We're also actively working to streamline our permit and inspection process to address the challenges posed by increasing call volumes. We've strengthened our connection with the community through initiatives like our Youth Fire Academy, car seat checks, infant CPR training, and the Stand for Seniors program, as well as participation in numerous community events. This is all in addition to the SAFE program that we conduct across elementary and middle schools. We will delve deeper into each of these areas throughout this presentation, providing more detailed insights and updates. Our primary goal for FY26 is to establish the initial groundwork to bring an ambulance service into the fire department. This is to ensure the continued delivery of high-quality EMS care to our residents. UMass has provided quality service to Shrewsbury for many years, and they continue to do so. However, EMS has become more and more challenging over the past 5 years. Many of the private ambulance companies that operate in and around Worcester have closed or scaled back operations. This has stretched UMass and other EMS providers to the limit. Last year, there were 4,085 EMS responses in Shrewsbury. Our goal for establishing an ambulance is to ensure that the residents of Shrewsbury continue to receive the high quality of care they are used to. Our hope is to continue a partnership with UMass and work together to provide the best patient care possible. This will be a multi-year collaborative effort to bring this goal to fruition. Deputy Chief Weigold took over heading up our fire prevention activities this past September. This has brought a fresh perspective to how we conduct fire prevention activities. The reality is that fire prevention activities suffer more and more each year as our call volume increases. Without a dedicated fire inspector, we rely on shift personnel to conduct inspections. They are frequently pulled away from inspections to respond to emergencies. For this reason, we are continually looking for ways to streamline our permitting and inspection process. We hope in future budgets we will be able to staff a dedicated fire inspector. Many of our policies were written before we had lieutenants at Station 2 and 3. The addition of the lieutenants and increase from 2 members on an engine to 3 has allowed for us to respond to emergencies in a much safer and more efficient manner. It also means that our tactics and strategies need to change. This year, we will be reviewing each policy and procedure and making adjustments to align with current operations. Part of the reduction that you see in fiscal projection 1 reflects the requested day administrative captain position, which was unable to be funded. Outside of our operations manager, Joe Milos, who does all of our fleet maintenance and manages the town's radio system, the fire department has no day positions. Everyone is on shift. The day captain's responsibilities would have included managing our record management system, conducting inspections and fire prevention duties, and training. Not funding this position causes a lack of consistency with training and challenges with fire prevention. It is commonplace to arrive late for an inspection due to being at an incident or have to leave in the middle of inspection to respond to an emergency. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, we will never see the price for a fire engine or a ladder truck drop below $1 million again. With this in mind, the budget team has recommended setting money aside each capital budget for future purchases. This is intended so the fire department does not use the vast majority of 1 year's capital budget to replace a piece of fire apparatus. Based on our current replacement plan, $250,000 is recommended for FY26. The $45,000 is for an annual paint and body work, mainly due to corrosion. We've been doing this for several years, and this has allowed us to keep the apparatus in good condition. Because of the rigorous preventative maintenance program we have, we are able to keep our apparatus in service for 30 years, exceeding the industry norms. As Chief Anderson discussed in the Police Department review, the town of Shrewsbury continues to grow. The fire department faces the same challenges with staffing to keep up with service demands of a growing community. With the exception of 2020 during the pandemic, we continue to have a steady increase in calls for service. Currently, the deputy chief is solely responsible for fire prevention, along with other administrative duties, managing a complex workload that includes planning board reviews, building permits, code compliance, and coordination of inspections, re-inspections, and system reports of over 400 businesses. The current arrangement is to utilize on-duty shift personnel to assist, but the department's average of 12.75 daily emergency calls, frequently occurring during business hours, leads to interruptions in inspections and delays, causing significant inconvenience to businesses. Here you can see the breakdown of last year's 4,657 incidents. Only emergency responses are defined as incidents. Other activities such as inspections, community engagement, public service, etc., are not included in this number. I would like to draw your attention to the 1,527 incidents that overlapped. These range anywhere from 2 to 6 incidents occurring at the same time. This is important to note because we staff 1 fire apparatus out of each of our 3 stations. Once we have 3 minor incidents or 1 significant incident occurring, we are at our capacity. We routinely rely on mutual aid from surrounding communities, particularly Northborough and Westborough. While we always stand ready to assist our residents in an emergency situation, we would rather prevent an emergency from occurring in the first place. We do this through our community risk reduction programs. This includes our fire prevention and code compliance enforcement, as well as our public education programs. This past August, we held our first ever Youth Fire Academy. This program was open to youths entering grades 8 through 12. This week-long program provided participants with an opportunity to experience some of the activities that recruit firefighters go through. Thanks to our sponsors, Shrewsbury Credit Union and Thrive Real Estate, we were able to provide this program to the community without impacting our budget. In addition to the Youth Fire Academy, the department hosted and participated in many other events, including the Community Night Out, Truck or Treat, Spirit of Shrewsbury Expo and Parade, Veterans Day and Memorial Day ceremonies, and the Fire Department Spring Showcase. This year, Lieutenant Palumbo, who is our Community Engagement Officer, also implemented a Sand Bucket for Senior program. In partnership with the Council on Aging and the Highway Department, this program provided 5-gallon buckets of sand for residents over the age of 60 and homebound. This was a great opportunity for firefighters to get out and meet residents and address other safety concerns at the same time. We also continue to supply File of Life cards. A File of Life card is a mini medical history that provides emergency responders with vital information when a patient is unable to provide it. This last fall, we had an unprecedented wildfire season. In addition to tackling fires here in Shrewsbury, we responded as part of the statewide fire mobilization plan to the town of Wilmington and the city of Salem. As the climate continues to change and extreme weather conditions become more prevalent, we expect to see more situations like this. Almost every shift, firefighters train between responding to calls and performing public education and code compliance duties. Last year, firefighters completed 4,826.9 hours of training. This ranges from practicing basic skills up to highly advanced technical rescue and hazardous materials response. In addition to training on duty, we had the opportunity to spend 2 days conducting live fire training in Auburn. We also put every member of the department through active attack integrated response training. This training is the framework for police, fire, and EMS to respond together to an active shooter or a hostile threat event. By forming rescue task forces, fire and EMS go into the warm zone with protection from law enforcement to stop the bleeding and stop the dying. This training was possible by the use of ARPA funds. Here's the highlight. This is what everybody wanted to know here. This past March, we took delivery of Shrewsbury's 1926 American LaFrance pumper. This truck was donated back to the town of Shrewsbury through the generosity of Mr. Tim Treadway. Thanks to community preservation funds, we have been working on the restoration of this vehicle. Our operations manager, Joe Milos, has been working on the restoration between his responsibilities of fleet maintenance, managing the town's radio system, and many other duties. Doing much of the work in-house is saving the town tens of thousands of dollars, and the goal is to have it completed ahead of the town's 300th anniversary. The past 5 years, we've received an annual grant of $25,000 each year through the Department of Fire Services for the purchase of firefighter protective equipment, also known as our turnout gear. These were federal funds that were allocated for this 5-year period only. There is currently nothing in place to replace these funds. However, the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts and the State Fire Marshal's Office is lobbying the state legislature to make replacement funds available. Every year, we also apply for and receive a SAFE grant. These funds allow us to send trained firefighters into elementary and middle schools to provide fire and life safety education. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I had an initial question. Excuse me. Similar to the police department, do you have any benchmarks or statistics to determine like how many firefighters we have per incident and compare that with comparable towns?
So it's very difficult to compare because a lot of times you're not comparing apples to apples. So, for example, Shrewsbury, right now, one of our goals moving forward is to look into an ambulance service within the department. But currently, we don't provide that service. We respond as first responders with an engine. We have oxygen defibrillators, Narcan, and we're able to stabilize the patient until the ambulance can get there to transport. A lot of other communities around us, so Northborough, Westborough, Boylston, if we were to compare our staffing to their staffing, they run an ambulance within the fire department. So if to compare those numbers wouldn't be really an accurate comparison because they're running fire suppression and EMS and ambulance, whereas we're doing suppression and first responder EMS. So it's tough to do that. I can say that the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, sets standards. Minimum standard is four members on a fire apparatus, and it goes up from there depending on the type of community and the type of response you're going to. We staff engine 2 and 3 out of station 2 and 3 with 3 firefighters on it. Two are the rank of firefighter, and 1 is a lieutenant, so 2 firefighters and a lieutenant. The headquarters apparatus, 95% of the time, responds with 2 firefighters on it. And then the captain, who is the shift commander and would be the incident commander in front of the building of the incident, responds in a car. So we've made great strides since 2019 when we added we added 4 firefighters in 2019 with a SAFER grant, a federal SAFER grant. And then we were able to add 4 more firefighters, and that's what got us to the three members on engine 2 and 3. But yeah, we are behind on the national standard. Another part to that is 4 people per apparatus, but also a minimum of 17 for a fire in a single-family house. We only have 11 on shift. We work 1 down, which brings us to 10, and then one of them is the dispatcher. So typically we have 9 members responding. So in order to get to that 17-person mark, we use mutual aid, and we get right away we call for an engine from Northborough and a ladder from Westborough, which gets us to that 17-person so that we're meeting that standard. And that's pretty commonplace in communities and departments our size where they rely on mutual aid to get to that standard. So I'm not asking for 17 a shift today. Maybe someday we'll be there if we continue to grow, but hopefully that answered your question.
That does, thank you. Dennis?
On mutual aid, is there a cost to the town when towns come in, or is it purely mutual aid, we're on call for them as well?
Yep, no, great question. No, there's typically no money exchanged. There are rare exceptions to that, but generally speaking, if we send an engine to a fire in Northborough, they're on duty with here where they're our responsibility, and we just send it, they send it. And at the end of the year, it's kind of a wash, because we don't pay them, they don't pay us. The exceptions are, if it's a hazardous materials incident, the town can bill whoever created that incident, and then that money would go to the communities that responded to pay for any overtime or any expenses and equipment that's incurred with that. It'd be similar to if the governor, if there was a state of disaster declared, and we can submit for reimbursement for that. It's that type of a scenario. So in rare circumstances, we get reimbursed, but most of the time it's the community that sends and that pays the bill.
Right, so we would send to other communities, fairly, I won't say frequently, but whenever asked, just because we're it's part of the mutual thing, so.
Yeah, and we're pretty even. It's not, there have been, going back a few years when everybody was struggling with the budget and a lot of cities were laying off firefighters and there were communities that were relying on mutual aid from surrounding cities every day coming in. And those cities eventually said, like, stop calling us because we can't be a fire department for you because you don't want to hire any firefighters. But I think we're in a pretty balanced relationship right now with our neighboring communities, and it's pretty even.
Okay, great.
Gene?
Two questions. Number one, I say thank you for cutting back a little bit on the extra duty line. That's really appreciated. That's a good start. The second thing is, looking into this ambulance situation, there's no place in our budget that I saw that any money was requested for anything. And with the length of time it takes to establish an ambulance service and buy equipment and vehicles and things, do you think we should be kind of putting some dollars ahead in case we have to start moving faster? Or?
I mean, yes, we could. You know, we're targeting right now starting the service January 1, 2027, you know, in that time frame. So we're getting closer. We know it does take quite some time if you're gonna order an ambulance off spec and have it, you know, built for us, it would take over a year at least to get that. So we are having those conversations. But in the grand scheme of things, a lot of these questions come down to the total resources that we have and investing in immediate needs versus being able to put some funds aside for that future day. So I definitely hear you and I understand the question. It's just a challenge to be able to do that at this time.
I don't think anybody would be object to, you know, this is a very serious situation and, you know, we're putting on board a brand new ambulance and you're not only gonna buy a ambulance itself, you've got to outfit it beyond what you get from the manufacturer of the ambulance itself. Because each city and town has different requirements depending on how it's staffed on there. So I would think you should keep that in mind, and if we do have any dollars any place along the line that we do that, put it aside, because if you have to start moving a lot faster than you are right now, then it'd be, I think, a nice reserve. Thank you.
Milan?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the incident data. You know, I see probably roughly 10 to 12% of the incidents are flagged as false alarm. And so is this like are we over, under the national or the regional average? And like what quantifies or what qualifies as a false alarm, you know, just from my understanding? And how can we reduce it? Is it like tools, trainings for the community? I mean,
Great question. I think we're pretty much at the average. False alarms include a whole host of things. So commercial fire alarms, right? They come in from a central station. That would be, if there is no incident there, that could potentially be categorized as a false alarm. Sometimes, if somebody pulls a pull station, either accidentally or as a malicious, that would be a false alarm. The single-family houses, same thing, right? Some of them have monitored fire alarms. Some of those, a lot of them would be carbon monoxide calls, that we break out carbon monoxide calls, but if we go with our meters and there is no carbon monoxide, then that would be considered a false alarm. So it's not necessarily, a lot of things that are classified as a false alarm doesn't necessarily mean that we just pull up and drive through. There's still work to be done to investigate it and find out, but it could be a faulty detector or malfunction of the system. The best thing to do that we do now to try to reduce the number of false alarms is, again, reaching out to the community education and reminding people to change the batteries in the smoke detector, change out the smoke detectors when they reach the 10-year mark. That's what the code requires. You can't have smoke detectors over 10 years, and that's the industry standard, because like any electronic device, they fail. So getting that message out to the public to maintain their systems properly reduces the number of false alarms.
Gotcha. And another question I had, like CPR trainings, I know like my daughter goes to school, high school has a program about CPR training. Is that something conducted in joint efforts with you guys, or?
So it's something that we're actually, as part of one of our goals this past year was increased community engagement, and that is one of the programs that we're in the process of ramping up. We have done some. We actually need to get some more training mannequins and such to do it. And we actually have another firefighter that's going through a instructor class next month. He'll be going through, so then we'll have 3 certified CPR instructors. We did about a month back, we did a car seat. So if anybody wants their car seat checked, they can call, and we have technicians on every shift that are certified, they've been through training, and they're actually certified to install and check car seats. So if anybody needs that, they can call anytime, and at one of our 3 stations, more likely than not, we have one technician on duty, and they can go to the station and we'll check it. But about a month ago, we did a scheduled car seat check on a Saturday, and we actually had the police department joined us. They had a couple of their officers that are also certified came up and helped, and we did car seat checks. And in conjunction with that, our certified CPR instructors provided infant CPR training for the parents, grandparents, and other family members. But the goal is to maybe be able to provide CPR not just for infants, but for adults and children, and do it on a quarterly basis. I know we've also spoken with the library and maybe partnering with them and actually doing it in their community room. So that is something that we are getting ramped up to do and hope to do more of in the future.
Gotcha. And last question, what's your biggest concern, that in your opinion that we need to address as a community in the next 3 years?
So I think, did the 5-year plan get sent to them, the staffing plan, do you know? So we have a 5-year staffing plan. Essentially, it's one position each year. We've done well with keeping up with our shift staffing. And I had mentioned earlier that in 2019, we added 4. We were able to add another 4 firefighters a few years later. And I appreciate the town's support on that. But we focused on shift staffing. We haven't focused on some of the administrative responsibilities, fire prevention being one of the big ones. And as I mentioned in here, is the fire prevention has increased, right? Every time there's an additional business that opens, that's built, we have to inspect every new home. We inspect every house that gets sold, every real estate transaction under Mass General Law, Chapter 148. We have to go out and conduct an inspection to make sure that it's in compliance for smoke detectors and CO detectors. So not only, it's twofold, where not only is the fire prevention activity increasing, but we've been able to successfully do it in the past with shift staffing, but because the call volume is also increasing, that's pulling them away from the fire prevention side more, so we're constantly interrupting the fire prevention to respond to the additional calls. So that 5-year plan calls for creating, this year we were requesting an administrative captain, and I mentioned it, he had multiple responsibilities, and it was going to be including training, fire prevention, some administrative duties with the record management system. And the goal would be to add a position each year to where we work towards a dedicated training officer that can conduct training across the 4 shifts. Right now, one of our biggest struggle with training is consistency. Because we don't have, the training is all done on shift, so that captain or lieutenant on that shift trains that group, but then it happens 4 different ways, because none of the training is done by the same person, right? Fire prevention is the same issue. We go out and do an inspection or a permit, and then they do the corrective action, the corrective work, even something as simple as smoke detectors in a single-family house. They call us up, say, we're ready to get re-inspected. Now it's another shift is working, and all of a sudden, instead of going and checking what the problem was, they have to start back at the beginning, do a full inspection, because they weren't the one that worked yesterday and did the inspection. So that's kind of the next 5-year plan, is to start creating some of these day positions that are able to bring consistency across fire prevention, across training, and our other activities that we do outside of the emergency response and shift staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Couple questions. So I see the declining trend in the permits. What causes what's the reason for that?
So it does fluctuate. So if you look at the chart, it's kind of a, it's kind of an odd looking chart, but if you look at 2020 was where the big dip in inspections was, and that was obviously during the pandemic when everything shut down. So that was twofold. One was because we were trying to limit contact, we only did essential inspections. So our goal is to get into every business in town once a year. We're required under certain laws to get into some businesses 4 times a year, quarterly, like nursing homes and care facilities and stuff like that. But every business regardless of occupancy type, the goal is to get in them once a year. We didn't do any of those annual inspections in 2020 because we were trying to socially distance and do all that. So that's the big dip that you see on the inspections. And then permits was the same thing, where permits stayed kind of level because people could architects and engineers could continue to work in their office and develop projects, but not necessarily pull the trigger on them. So then you notice a spike in permits the next year, and that was the catch-up from everything that wasn't done in 2020. So there is some fluctuation there. Yeah, this year we did have a slight decline in permits, and some of it is, so we permit a lot of different things. We have permits for any new construction, single-family houses or additions, any new businesses that are built, we permit that. But we also have a lot of permits for storage of flammables and combustibles. We permit. There's a permit associated with every real estate transaction on a house. So if the real estate market is hot and there's a lot of houses that sell one year, then our permits are up. If the next year, then those go down. We permit blasting, we do hot work permits, so if anybody's doing welding or hot work. It was 10 years ago, actually, this year, 10 years ago in the Back Bay, when the 2 firefighters were killed, when there was a wind-driven fire from hot work, where the workers, a fire ignited from hot slag from doing the work, and then they got in their cars and left their work truck and left and never actually reported the fire. And 2 firefighters were killed. And since then, the state has actually put in the fire prevention regulations now that they're required to do hot work permits. And we actually put a firefighter there on a detail paid for by the contractor at their expense to ensure that all the regulations are being followed.
Right. So one follow-up, the different question on 1926 engine. So this was funded by CPC. So will the CPC also fund the ongoing maintenance and keeping it?
So it's a town asset. It's a town vehicle, right, registered to the town of Shrewsbury. This was original to Shrewsbury. It was our 3rd motorized apparatus. So we were very fortunate. It went through several collectors' hands before it went to Mr. Treadway, who graduated from Shrewsbury, wanted to give it from Shrewsbury High and wanted to donate it back. So we received it back at no cost, and we have 60,000, I believe, was what was allocated through CPC, and that's for the restoration of it. Once it's restored, again, it's a town vehicle, so it would probably just fall into maintenance with the rest. But truthfully, once it's restored, it's not driving every day. There should be very little maintenance cost on it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Yes, Dennis.
2 quick questions. For the false alarms, are there any charges to the businesses or homes who reported it?
So we do not. I know we do have, the select board had approved many years ago, the ability to charge if we received multiple false alarms at the same address. That really isn't an issue for us. So those are, I mean, if you think about how many addresses, I think we have, this Ruther's gone, but how many addresses do we have in the town of Shrewsbury? I mean, 18,000, out of 18,000 to have 500 false alarms, like, it's not, we very seldom have a business that we go to repeatedly for the same problem, because in the fire code, they're required to maintain their fire alarm system. So we typically will go the route of educating them. This needs to be fixed, this is why it needs to be fixed, rather than going the route of finding them and charging them for it.
And then one more question. With the ambulance service, again, in 2027, what would the additional staffing be required for that?
So it would require eight EMTs, paramedics, whatever level of, whatever level of EMT they were, but it would require 8 to staff it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There'd be two on at a time.
So there will be in the 2027 budget a significant increase in requests for firefighters or EMTs. Will any of them be dual trained?
So we're in the very early stages, and we've been doing a lot of research and looking at comparable communities and different models and how to do it. And yeah, there's two ways we could do it as a firefighter EMT.
Yep.
Right, so we train them. Most likely, we'd be looking to hire experienced EMTs, right? Because we can't hire 8, let's say we hired 8 people with no experience, send them to EMT school, and then put them on an ambulance. That's not fair to them, and that's not gonna provide a good service to the community. So we'd be looking to hire experienced EMTs or paramedics. And then if we did it as a firefighter EMT, we would then, if they didn't have the fire experience, we would send them to the fire academy. We've looked at some other models where it falls under the fire department, but they don't actually have suppression duties, where they would just be EMS, and there are departments that follow that model. So we just had the first discussion with the union about a week or two ago, just to get their thoughts and ideas and start batting around what's the best service model for the town of Shrewsbury.
Okay, I'm just sort of thinking forward that this will become up when we need to start, sort of as Gene said, start figuring out where we're gonna get the money for that, because it's a new service, so I wouldn't actually call it, I think we have to staff it like a new service.
Correct, and there would be a significant startup cost.
Yep.
Until we started getting revenue coming back, and the goal would be that it would be self-sustaining, right? That once we get past the startup costs and the program is in operation, the goal would be that it funds itself and it's not taking from the budget. We may not be able to buy a fire truck with all this extra revenue that we get, but if it covers the costs and we can provide a high level of service, then that would be the goal.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Any questions for the fire department from the public? I see no hands raised, so thank you, Chief. I believe you're going to continue on.
I was gonna get up and leave.
Now you have one more.
I'm gonna keep Joe here because he's our town radio tech, so just again, in case there's any specific questions. So let me introduce myself. This time I'll introduce myself as the Emergency Management Director. And I'll introduce Joe as our Communications Officer for Shrewsbury Emergency Management. So the Shrewsbury Emergency Management Agency seeks to promote a safer community with the ability to cope with both natural and man-made disasters. We are charged with protecting the town by coordinating the necessary activities to mitigate against, prepare for, respond to, and recover from these emergencies and disasters. So on the screen, I list the SEMA staff to show that this is not a standalone department, but is made up of staff from across multiple town departments. Emergency management follows a whole community approach, bringing public and private partners together to plan for and respond to emergencies. On this slide, you can see some of last year's activities, including training and exercises. And you can see our primary goal for FY26, which is to establish a comprehensive continuity of operations plan. This initiative is being led by our Deputy Emergency Management Director, Police Sergeant David Fosha. The department is level funded with the exception of the 09 account, which shows $45,000. This is for annual maintenance of the radio dispatch consoles at both the police and fire stations. This was in last year's capital expense, And in previous year's budget, it was spread out over various departmental budgets. But it's been we brought it all under this because emergency management is intended to stretch across all the departments. So we felt this was the best fit rather than having it kind of piecemealed through various departments. Okay, on this slide, you can see some of our activities. We had 2 times when we opened the Emergency Operations Center, which is located in the Police Department training room, with an alternate location at Fire Headquarters if that was not able to be used for whatever reason. We took in and processed 39 Tier 2 reports. Tier 2 reports are anyone in town that has what's above a reportable quantity for a hazardous chemical. They need to file Tier 2 reports, which both emergency management and the fire department maintain, and that we have 14 community emergency response team members, CERT members. And finally, our grants. Last year, we had a $9,500 grant through MEMA for the purchase of equipment, the Emergency Management Performance Grant. This grant amount is based on population and requires a local match. This past year, we were able to purchase a thermal imager, mobile radio, and 2 self-contained breathing apparatus with these funds. Happy to take any questions on this.
Thank you, Chief. I just had one question. I understand that the maintenance fee was part of another budget, but has there been any significant appreciation in that amount year over year?
It has, it has gone up with when we did our new radio system.
Mhm.
Do you want to talk about the sites versus that?
It's a contract with Motorola, which is our service provider for what all the equipment that we bought was. The first year's contract was $42,000. This one's $45,000, so it's about a 7%, give or take, each year. It is an advanced replacement cost contract, so in other words, if something breaks, the unit and the services are covered for replacing it, and it's a 365, 24 hours a day contract. So a little bit at their mercy, but they don't anticipate any bigger increases than what we've seen over the past 2 years. We're new to the service from them, but they are usually between a 5% and 7% increase each year. So.
And does it have any guaranteed downtime, minimum downtime as part of the agreement?
There's a minimum response time to it. In other words, they have to be here within a certain amount of time. The downtime side of it, there is not a guarantee on, because depending on what it is,
Right.
you know, but the goal is to keep, obviously, continuity of operations up at all points, and we have several redundancy and backup systems that can run that until the main stuff is repaired if necessary.
Understood. Thank you. Dennis?
Question on this dispatch, are we now using the centralized dispatch, or are we still using 2 dispatch for police and fire?
No, we have not moved to a unified dispatch. So this expense is just for the consoles themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess when's the plan to move to the unified dispatch? I know it was talked about in the past. So do we have any timing on that?
Yeah, I don't have a specific timeline, but we're revisiting what approach that we want to take right now. You know, and we're contemplating regionalization along with a unified approach.
Okay, and we expect that to be a savings?
If we go unified, it'll be a cost increase. If we go regional, it could be a cost savings.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public, and I see no hands raised, so thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Milos.
Great, thank you.
We shall now move to the school department. They've been very patient. We're just 1.5 hours late.
So we're on time?
We're on time. Given our history, we're on time.
Power, I don't know.
I don't see anything.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we get it set up on that. Should be all set. Oh, you're all, okay.
They're pre- yeah.
Give somebody in and pass them around.
You can have it here. We can pass it on.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go, in the back.
Give me a chunk.
Yeah, that.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
It's Zachary.
How do I read that?
That's Zachary.
Presentation.
A few extras.
The slides are in the drive now, too.
Oh, they are?
Oh,
Yeah.
they are? Oh.
If you refresh the drive, they're there.
These
You guys want these?
We have some.
We
We
have
can
some,
put
thank
some on
you.
the edge in
Yellow
case
one.
someone comes in, I guess. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Ready? Yep.
Thank you for having us this morning. I'm John Wensky. I'm the school committee chair. Joining me this morning are my colleagues on the school committee finance subcommittee, Lindsay Heffernan and Sandra Fritz, and also our superintendent of schools, Dr. Joe Sawyer, and our assistant superintendent of finance and operations, Chris Girardi. Also joining us in the room today are our vice chair, Rachel Strafapor, and our secretary, Aaron Boucher. Today we're presenting the FY26 budget recommendation for Shrewsbury Public Schools, which is the 29th largest school district in the state out of 316 districts total. We have 968 dedicated staff that serve just under 6,000 Shrewsbury students. Our district is very fortunate to be working within the financial parameters of the approved May 2021 operational override agreement, and we are very appreciative to the residents for their support. The agreement has provided our district with financial predictability and stability, and this is budget cycle number 5 in a minimum 4-year agreement with the town. As you may have seen in the news recently, many Massachusetts school districts are facing significant cuts. Fortunately, Shrewsbury is not one of them. We're a very cost-effective, cost-efficient school district. We won't repeat this too much throughout the presentation, but we are one of the highest performing districts in the state, and our cost per pupil is in the bottom 15th percentile among Massachusetts school districts. It's also worth noting when it comes to public school budgeting, I'd say it's a bit more complicated than municipal services due to the volatility of the evolving student needs, oftentimes resulting in mandated position to ensure the student needs are delivered. And we'll walk you through that as we go through the presentation. Chris, if you want the next slide. Actually, just back one, sorry. So just, slide 2, yeah. So just a brief overview in terms of our strategic plan. We're in the middle of our 5-year strategic plan, and our FY26 budget recommendation aligns to these 3 commitments around educational excellence, enhanced well-being, and optimization of resources. Next slide, Chris. I'm just going to call out some selected accomplishments over the last year. We kicked off the school year by providing professional development to staff that focused on equity and well-being. And on the right, you see the cornerstone of our student services program, Maple and Main store in the center of town, celebrated 20-year anniversary in November, serving our students in the community very well, and a great use of space in the town center, keeping more of our students in district at a cost savings of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Next slide, Chris. So on the left side, just calling out, just delivering on our promise to educational excellence and expanding our education to English language learners. We currently have 396 students that speak 36 different languages. This is one example of where the needs of our students are expanding, resulting in our educators working in very complex environments and where mandated positions are needed. It's important that we provide the necessary services and resources, and we have those in place to ensure the success of our students, our staff, and families. And then on the right, over the last few years, we made significant investments in literacy programming that are starting to show the return on investment. That chart on the right shows students designated for reading support since fall of 2023. The trend lines are headed in the right direction, headed downward, showing that less students are needing more support with literacy, and we're making good progress on our focus to mitigate the post-pandemic learning loss. Next slide, Chris. So in addition to that, in October, we increased our vocational opportunities, as you may have heard, for incoming high school students through a partnership with Leicester High School and their evolving Chapter 74 career and technical education programming in culinary arts, building and property management and health assisting programs. In the middle there, we call out 91% of our SHS class of 24 graduates were selected to attend 2 or 4-year colleges, with 9% electing to pursue other opportunities, whether in military or employment. And then on the right there, we expanded our career and technical education and workforce readiness opportunities for high school students through job shadowing, internships, and career fairs. Next slide. And continuing on the theme of career and technical education, we've established career pathways for advanced manufacturing and biomedical life sciences. Next slide. Just kind of wrapping up our selected accomplishments, we have an outstanding high-performing co-curricular activities with our middle and high school athletic programs, our very popular Shrewsbury High School DECA Business Club. It's headed to compete in the Orlando, Florida competition, the DECA International Career Development Conference, where there's more than about 23,000 people in attendance for that competition. Saw the great work last week of our Performing Arts Department and its successful performance in the musical Chicago. And another popular club that's noted here is the Shrewsbury Robotics Program. Team 467 made the state semifinals at their second competition of the year at Western New England College. Again, just a sample of the selected accomplishments thought I'd highlight. And a lot of information to unpack, obviously, with our budget. So I definitely recommend maybe holding the questions till the end. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Lindsay Heffernan, who will walk you through state aid eligibility and community benchmarking data.
Good morning. It's lovely to be with you all. Mr. Wensky got the fun part of the presentation to talk about all the good things. And there's more data in the budget book about our outcomes, whether it's on MCAS or AP tests or other things, but we're going to pivot now into some of the financials, and thought it was important that we provide some ways to do some comparisons, both on the operations, the impacts, and frankly, the economics of school budgets in Massachusetts. So we can go to the next slide. So we want to talk about how it is that we figure out what are the measure and the supports that one gets from the state, because predominantly we know that school funding has increasingly become the responsibility of local governments. Chapter 70 formula, reset in 1993, really focused on income and property values. While we know that the governor's budget did propose some additional support for minimum aid districts, up to $75 per pupil, we also know the state budget does lag our local budget process, so we don't know if that will follow through. But we want to dig into this a little bit more. If you can go to the next slide, please. Cost per pupil is one of the best ways to compare us to other districts. The cost per pupil calculation is set by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And so I listened to our colleagues from the fire department say, it's hard to do comparisons. Actually, cost per pupil is the best way to do comparisons, and DESE sort of sets that up for us. And so that formula, what you have on this slide in front of you, is our comparison to our partners in the Assabet Valley Collaborative Districts. And so they're relatively are regional comparisons. There's lots of different ways to compare districts, but for this purpose, we used the Assabet Valley. And what you will see is that not only are we lower than the state average in red, we're lower than many of our peers in terms of the total expenditures that we will see. For us, that's just under about $18,000 per student. If we go to the next slide, please. If you look at it and the statewide, however, you start to see that Shrewsbury really is a little bit of an outlier. We are 276th out of 319 districts. This is looking at fiscal year 23, which is the most recently available. Fiscal 24 has not yet been released. And we are in the bottom 15th percent in terms of total expenditures per student. I will note that pre-override, we were in the bottom 5%. So we certainly made progress, but important for us to compare sort of what we spend. But I want to pivot then into how this becomes important to the inputs that they have for the Chapter 70 calculation. If you can go to the next slide. There are two key drivers of how the state thinks about Chapter 70 calculations. That is household income and then property wealth, so property values. Household income, two different ways for us to think about this. One, I want to note, this is from the town manager's budget book. On the, I guess your left is a household income. On the right, the data is an income per capita. The school systems, or DESE does use an income per capita, not household, just to be clear. And obviously, most of our families, what this data tells us is most of our families in Shrewsbury have multiple incomes in one household. So per capita, we are at 72,000 in the town of Shrewsbury. This puts us in the top 21st percentile in terms of overarching income. When you look at it on a household basis, our median income is 127,000. You can go to the next slide, please. What we see here is we look then at the other main input into determining the aid from the state, and that is our overarching property values. Clearly, for many of us, we've seen our property values increase. This data is looking at particularly since 2017 and forward, rather dramatically for many of us. And what we see again is that we are on the high side here. We're now, for this, in terms of property value, we're in the top 16th percentile. What that state therefore concludes is that we are not contributing at the level that the state believes we could, and therefore we are a minimum aid district. So the state's level of support for us is relatively flat. If you can go to the next slide, please. The key driver, though, for any school budget really is staff. You're going to see in a few moments, I'll turn this over to our administrators. We have nearly 970 FTE, and they make up 86% of our budget, right? So let's talk about staff for a minute. Teaching staff, we also know, frankly, drive student outcomes. So how do we compare? Again, DESE can help us look at the data and do some comparisons between towns. We can compare apples to apples, and the way that they do that is a student-teacher ratio. This looks at the total number of in-district students. Again, we send a handful of young people, are not in our buildings or in buildings in other parts of the state, but looking at the total number of students in our buildings, is how I think about it as in-district, and their total number of professional staff, again, categorized by DESE as in teaching roles. This is a little different than class size. We set class size, and so it doesn't mean that this is the same as how many kids are in any individual classroom on any given day. But again, looking at district-wide, we divide these two numbers and you get your ratio. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is a benchmark, and to compare us with comparable districts, we took any school that had, or regional area schools that had teachers with more than 200 teachers, so of a similar size. There are a few outliers in the data that are either very, very small or very, very large, and so we wanted to compare something similar for you. And what you'll see here is that in fiscal 24, we have districts with over 200 teachers. We are at 13.5 teachers for, 13.5 students for every teacher. There's a range here. We are often talking about comparing ourselves with communities like Westboro. You'll find them all the way over on the right at only 11.6 students for every teacher. Wachusett is another obviously larger district in our area, and they are slightly above us at 14.3. So we can go to the next slide. This takes that same data, so in the middle column, the numbers are exactly the same, and even the order is exactly the same as you saw on the previous slide. But we add a little bit more information. And what we're adding here on the right is what is the difference. If we wanted to, if we desired, if this was the only benchmark we wanted to use and said we want to get to a ratio that is similar to Westboro, I'm not suggesting that we do, but if that was important, what this graph tells you is that Westboro is 3 up from the bottom on this table, is that we would need to add 71 staff considered teachers to get to that same ratio where Westboro is at 10.7. We would, similarly, if we thought Wachusett had a model that we thought made more sense for us, we would be able to reduce by a total of about 24 total teachers. So again, we can do some real apples to apples comparison in student data, in part because of how DESE sets some of their parameters up for us. We can go to the next slide. I think it's really important that we spend a minute. Oftentimes those in education talk about mandated services, and that can mean a lot of different things. So education is a highly regulated environment at the federal level and at the state level. I wanted to call out a couple of those at the federal level just to sort of suggest the complexity of the universe in which Dr. Sawyer and his staff operate within every single day. So we have, again, as a sample, a few federal statutes that we have to operate under. We talk a lot about special education. There are numerous ways in which special education is protected under federal law. There are a few of them are listed here. Obviously important that we ensure that any child with a disability has the access to free and appropriate public education and is specific to their individual needs and services. Section 504 of the Rehab Act is also another civil rights protection to students with disabilities. We have federal protections for students who are homeless and who may be moving in or out of district. Sometimes those students are also children in the child welfare system who may be moved into a foster care home for a period of time, and so they can get protections not only to immediate enrollment, but to stay in Shrewsbury if they then move during the course of the year, and we then are supporting oftentimes transportation costs, et cetera, for those young people. And Equal Education Opportunities Act is one particularly related to students who are speaking another language when they enter our school system. Mr. Wensky showed you a colorful pie chart. There's a lot of those youngsters in our school system, and our requirement is to make sure they receive education. I think what's important here, though, is it is not simply by audits or by we file certifications and assurances to say we're going to follow all these laws. It is the rights here in these particular statutes are protected by the private right of action, meaning a child or family can sue us and have a civil rights protection under any of these particular causes of action. So we are heightened to make sure we are paying attention, and at times we are brought to court to make sure we are following those. So we take it very seriously. There's not only the student civil rights here they have under federal law, at times they have some similar rights under state law. For instance, vocational education is an area more regulated at the state level than it is at the federal level. So we can go to the next slide. So given all of that complexity, I think what you will find in the data is whether it's cost per pupil, staffing ratios per the number of children, that Shrewsbury Public Schools is a cost-efficient, and I would frankly say an under-invested in education system. We are well below our averages in state spending. We are in the bottom 15th percentile, yet our wealth is in the top quarter by towns. We will continue to be a minimum aid district based on the wealth in the community, and yet we are running a school system. The accomplishments continue to mount, and we are very, very proud of our students and the education that's delivered. And at this point, I'm going to turn this back over to Dr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Ms. Heffernan. As Mr. Wensky mentioned earlier, this is a very difficult budget season for districts across the Commonwealth. These are just a few different headlines from newspapers that I presented when I presented the original budget back in February. And I think it's important to note that, again, we are fortunate to have the stability we do have thanks to the override that was passed by the voters of Shrewsbury back in 2021, and with the agreement between the school committee and the select board in terms of a capped model in terms of spending in order to be able to maintain that for a number of years with stability. And that stability has been critically important for us as we're doing the hard work of trying to address the needs our students have in the current environment. In terms of, we're seeing news seemingly newly every week of communities like ours in Shrewsbury, very similar demographic communities from Natick to Acton Boxborough to Westford, and others, Neshoba, who are either making very significant cuts in the next fiscal year, some of whom have overrides on their ballot, and much like Acton Boxborough last year and Natick this year, if the override passes, they are still cutting positions in their school department. If their override doesn't pass, they're going to cut drastically more. So again, we feel very fortunate to be in the stable position we're in right now. In terms of the key messages for the budget that you found in my executive summary or introduction, again, we're financially stable thanks to the override model and the amount of funding that we have locally, and the local funding is important because the state has purposely depressed our funding over time because of the increasing wealth of our community collectively. The student needs, has been referred to a little already, requires ongoing investments, especially when we have mandated services that we need to meet. That's a pretty minimal increase this year, but something that we have to address over time. The inflation factors that affect everyone, of course, every organization in Massachusetts, private or public, there are inflationary cost drivers that we have to address that do create pressure, and Mr. Girardi will speak to those in a bit. As is demonstrated by the data Ms. Heffernan shared, we do use our resources efficiently and effectively. Historically, we continue to do that. We're committed to that. If we do have additional funding that somehow becomes available, whether that's through competitive grant funding, other opportunities that perhaps we will have, we certainly have other investments we'll be happy to make that aren't contained in the current budget recommendation. But right now we're in a pretty steady state in terms of moving forward to next year. And then finally, and I've been receiving more questions recently, of course, given the news at the federal level, which we're monitoring closely, the uncertainty relative to federal funding. Our federal funding for grants is about a total of about $2.1 million. That information's on, I think, page 42 of your budget book. Total grants we receive. Most of that is in a special ed entitlement grant of about $1.7 million, close to 1.8. Then we have 210,000 in Title I funds, which is generated based on students who are from disadvantaged economic backgrounds. There's a couple of smaller grants, one for teacher professional development under Title II for about $83,000, and then Title III funding for students who are learning English at about $49,000. But all told, we have about $2.1 million of federal funding. Right now, there's been no indication that that's going to be reduced. But if it were to be, obviously, that would be a concern, and that's another reason why keeping an adequate reserve in our circuit breaker account is an important factor of the FY26 budget. So with that, the recommendation that I made in February was based on the low end of the benchmark, based on the override agreement between the boards. Then Mr. Mizakar's filing after that has a recommendation for the school department of slightly higher at 4.3%, about $43,000 more dollars in total. But you can see that it's about a $3.72 million increase for moving from about 86.6 to 90.3 million in the town appropriated school department budget. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Girardi, who will, as quickly as possible, move through some of the financial details, and so that you have that sense. And when we're done with the entire presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. This first pie chart here is just a big picture view of our total overall operating budget. Allocation of resources. Again, what this depicts is that we are staff heavy, right? We are 86% of our school department appropriation is for salaries and wages, with the remaining 14% broken out into the remaining budget areas. And then we get a little bit deeper into our allocation of salaries and wages. This is what we consider to be our category A, 968.64 total FTE. And they are broken out as such, with professional educators, which includes nurses, psychologists, and some other positions, along with our teachers, at just under 570 full-time equivalencies. So since FY21, what this here shows is the evolution of our adding or reducing staff over the last 6 or so budget cycles. Again, prior to the FY22 override, which is highlighted in that maroon color. Prior to that, we were reducing positions pretty significantly at the teacher, nurses, and counselors category, and paraprofessionals. The operational override, the successful passing of that was allowed us to add positions, and many of those were part of the plan of opening and staffing the New Bale School. And then, as you can see, FY23 through FY26, we haven't made any movement with administration or clerical support or principals And we did add one assistant principal to Beal School when that opened as a larger elementary school. The majority of the changes have been with teachers, nurses, and counselors, which was intended following the operational override to reinstate our educators. And the paraprofessional line there is primarily, again, when we talk about state mandates, other than a few literacy tutors who do fall into that category that were a decision of the school department to add to support the literacy objective. Most of those positions are positions that if we have a student move in or a student qualify for special education services that requires paraprofessional support, we have to add that position, and that's the number of paraprofessionals in that line item. I will say between FY23 and FY24, it's, the numbers alone don't tell the story. In FY23, we actually added part of those 25.7 FTE paraprofessionals. We added those during the year in FY23 because we had a spike post-COVID of needing to support individual students coming out of the pandemic. Those didn't make their way into the budget until FY24. So it's a little inflated there with the 25.7. It's kind of over 2 years is how that number came to be.
The other piece too is that we added para-educator positions in the RISE program. That is a program that we didn't exist before, so those students used to be outplaced at another program. By bringing in a house in a more cost-effective way, in a higher quality way as well. But we have several para-educator positions there, so that would have been a program add that included some of those positions as well.
So when we launched the initial budget recommendation back in February, we identified a handful, in the previous slide said 4 positions added, recommended for FY26. Those positions are here. A handful of them are mandated. Our ELC coordinator at Sherwood Middle School is due to the population growth from 14 to 23 students. An adjustment counselor at Coolidge School to support student social, emotional, and behavioral health. Again, English language education teacher at Beal School to address the increase in students requiring English language services. An additional RISE job coach, because our numbers are increasing at RISE, which is a very exciting venture that we're excited to take on. And then again, some increased literacy tutor support hours to really help support our strategic priority around literacy education for our students. Those 4 FTE are an add of $364,500 is our recommendation for our appropriated budget. So we have many things. When we begin the budget process, we reach out to all of our district leaders, school principals, directors, and we ask them what are their requests to move their department forward. And we received a little over $2.8 million in requests for staffing from our different departments, pre-K through 12. A total of 27.5 FTE were requested. What we moved forward with in our February 12th budget recommendation was 4 positions at $364,500. That's about 12.9% of the total dollars asked and about 14.5% of the total FTE requested. So we are not funding 87% of the total dollars requested from our district leadership. So an important piece in our budgeting is where we stand with our labor groups. We are currently in negotiations with our largest labor group, which is our Unit A, and we are working through those negotiations currently. And once that ends, we will begin with Unit B, which are our assistant principals and our athletic director later this spring. This past fall, we came to an agreement with our Unit D paraprofessional group, and they will have a 3% COLA increase for FY26 per their contract agreement. And then our not represented personnel, administrative assistants, IT folks, that will be determined during the budget process. Again, this is a big picture cost projection of the different categories. We have 4 different categories. As you can see, they're laid out with our salaries, transportation, our tuitions, and then our category D, which is supplies, materials, curriculum and such. And those total to a 4.25% was our initial recommendation. As Dr. Sawyer shared, that was the baseline that we worked off of with our initial presentation. I want to call out here transportation, because if you look at the bottom line number, it says a 3.55% increase in the budget, but that doesn't really tell the story. Our regular pupil transportation, which is the contract that we have with AA Transportation, is a 6% increase over the course of the contract. We see in FY26 that's going to be a 6.73% increase with a few additions to our current regular day transportation. Where we are seeing some savings, which is bringing the percentage down, is our McKinney-Vento homeless transportation. We had a pretty significant spike when the emergency homeless shelter opened, and we were transporting many students to different places and bringing them in from different places once they moved out. That is starting to lessen over time. And then our vocational transportation. This is kind of economy of scale, where our transportation costs, which were pretty significant to Assabet, is reducing, and the number of students that we anticipate sending to the Leicester vocational program is such that we were needing 2 large buses. We now will only need a van for Assabet, and we'll need a large bus for Leicester. So just economy of scale allows us to select the types of transportation needed to transport those students, which we are required to do. Again, that's a state mandate for our vocational programs. And athletics is kind of, that is kind of typical growth over time, student activities. That also includes band and music and those sorts of activities. So again, we're in we'll be entering year 3 of a 5-year contract with AA Transportation. We are continuing to include our late bus service, which has been very successful at both the middle school and high school, allowing students who may not have access to transportation to stay after school for additional support, activities that they may not otherwise have had. I spoke to the vocational transportation reducing due to economy of scale. Homeless transportation is reducing by 50% due to less demand. Our transportation fee funds will again be used to moderate. Current fee offset that we're assuming for FY26 is calculated to be $700,000 in fees collected. And that's after, that's an assumption that, if we do decrease the bus fee, which was our recommendation, which I'll speak to in just a moment, from $320 to $300, that assumes $43,000 being shifted back to the town appropriated budget. Our special education out-of-district transportation, I think, is also important to note here, where in our appropriated budget, if you look at the bottom line number, it looks like it's going down. We are experiencing significant increases in special education out-of-district transportation, primarily with a new contract that began this year, where we saw currently trending at a 17.22% increase, and where that does not show in the appropriated budget is we're shifting a lot of those funds to grants. So primarily our 240 special education grant, where we can use that grant to cover transportation funds for students who are accessing out-of-district transportation. As you can see, over time, we are becoming more dependent upon our 240 grant to cover those costs. And then again, our projection for FY26, we saw a 6% increase in out-of-district transportation. We budgeted over 10.5%, which we thought was aggressive, but conservative. We thought we were really putting ourselves in a safe position. We were not. We did not anticipate the increase being that significant. So we're absorbing another 6% to match that 17%, and we're adding an inflationary factor of 5% now that it's kind of found a new foundation. our out-of-district placements, right? So if we're talking about special education transportation, what students are we transporting to out-of-district placements? And this dates back to 2014, 2015. And what you see here is in 23, 24 is when we opened the RISE program. And each year we've been growing in the RISE program. FY24 had 16 students. This year we currently have 22 students, and we are anticipating 26 students in that program next year. So if you follow the blue dots, those blue dots are the students who will be attending out-of-district special education placements for FY26. The red are the numbers we would have been sending to out-of-district placements if we did not have the RISE program. So that 69, 78, and 78 is the difference between the amount of students attending RISE and the baseline of the students who are going out for special education out-of-district placements. So our total out-of-district special education tuition that we're projecting for FY26 is $7,627,826. Just over $5 million of that will be paid through circuit breaker funds, and the remaining $2 million, just over $2.5 million, will be paid through the school department appropriated budget. So those are the two funding sources that we use for our out-of-district special education. You know, this chart here can be intimidating, but just to walk through it pretty quickly, is that top number is what we're projecting for FY26 that was on the previous page. Rows 2 and 3 are what we're anticipating to carry forward from FY25, the 2.7 million plus the 362,000. And we're estimating to receive just over $4 million in circuit breaker funds reimbursement for our FY25 costs. So our total funds available is just over $7 million. Again, our estimated use, $5 million from circuit breaker, $2.5 million from the appropriated budget, covers the $7.6 million green, which matches row 1. That will leave us at the end of FY26 as a circuit breaker reserve balance of just over $2 million, and that'll land us right at 50% of our circuit breaker reserve. And to show where that puts us as far as our plan as to what a healthy reserve is, it puts us right at 50%, which has been defined as adequate. It's not where we would like to be. The past few years, we've tried to maintain a strong circuit breaker reserve. We've had more tuitions that have required us to tap more into circuit breaker. So we are anticipating a 50% circuit breaker reserve at the end of FY26. Again, speaking with things that might be happening at the federal level and potential grant funds or federal funds that we're not sure what's going to happen in the future, this is a place where we may have some cushion to be able to handle some cuts if they were to come. So this is something that we feel very strongly is a necessity to maintain a healthy balance given the unknowns that exist at the federal level. Our vocational enrollment, again, we spoke to the opening of seats at the Leicester Vocational High School. We've budgeted FY26 for 41 total students attending. Currently, we have 22. We're anticipating 10 at Assabet, 1 at Norfolk Aggie, and 28 at Leicester. Again, we're taking a look at the Leicester number. We have students who are accepting their placements currently. That number may adjust, may fluctuate, but that's what we've budgeted as the total 25 seats that we could have at Leicester per the agreement. So we're looking at a difference of an increase of $153,000 and change as a difference for what we would need to assume in cost for sending more students to vocational program in FY26. Again, the transportation there shows that we're $8,000 less than what we had budgeted in FY25. Category D, I'll just talk about this topically. These are more of our expenses, our materials, equipment. Most of these accounts fall within a range of 3% to 4.25%. Some equipment's around 3%. When we're talking about contractual services where we're being charged by people for their services, we're looking more closer to a 4.25%. So that's how we budget for these categories here. One important piece and why it's at 4.8%, if most of our ranges are between 3 and 4.25, is our FY26 does restore just under $200,000 to the textbooks and curriculum materials line item. This category was subsidized by ARPA funds in FY25, and what we are doing is we're just right-fitting that number back so that category can move forward at what would have been the typical pace of growth for that category. But this category, if you look at the number, it does say 83.2%, so that's a pretty large number, and I want to explain why that is. So our EL population, our English language learner population, since October 2022, we've increased by 79%, up to 330 K through 12 students. Just as a point of clarification for some people who may ask, is this due to students entering our emergency shelter population? Only about 5% of that increase is due to students who have come to us residing in the emergency shelter. So it's a minimal amount, but it is certainly a number of students that we do service and we have to account for. But that's an important piece when we speak to some of the evolving needs that we're seeing with education and mandates that require us to educate those children. So we have two types of tuitions and fees. We have programs that are co-funded by the town appropriated budget, and we have programs that are 100% self-funded. Our preschool tuitions are co-funded, and we are increasing our preschool tuition by 3%. This is the first increase we've had for our preschool tuitions since fiscal year 19. Transportation, per school committee guidelines and things that we were tasked to do this year, we are making a recommendation to reduce the transportation fee from $320 to $300 per student for the year. It's an impact of about $43,000 less in revenue that would shift into the appropriated budget. And the same with high school athletics, $325 to $300. It's an impact of about $28,500 less revenue that would be shifted into the appropriated budget. Extended school care has not been discussed yet in music lessons. The recommendation is no change. So this calls out the fee offsets for both transportation and for athletics. In both, we were significantly higher than comparable districts. With transportation, comparable districts were those our surrounding communities, and we were at the top of that list for those who did charge a fee. And looking at the median and the mean, our recommendation is not quite to get down there, not quite to be in the middle, but to start to move the needle a little bit this year and to consider if this is the direction we want to continue to go, knowing that it's very budget dependent, and it would be something that we would need to take a look at each and every year to see if this would be a possibility. Again, that reduction of $20 per fee would be about a $43,000 savings in the pockets of our families that we would need to assume within the appropriated budget. The same with high school athletics. Reducing the fee from $325 to $300, it'd be about a $28,600 difference. Again, savings in the pockets of our families that we would assume within the appropriated budget. Again, moving us closer to more the median or the mean of our comparable districts. These are the Mid-Watch League, so it's the league that we're in. About a dozen or so communities that are involved. We are towards the highest of those fees when you look at our comparable districts. So our FY26 budget, it's evolving and fluid. Where we're moving in the next few months, refining and validating our budget line items, making sure that those are remaining consistent, adjusting our personnel budgets based on student need, staff turnover, potential of adding 2 positions to meet student and program needs. Contract negotiations with our collective bargaining units A and B, monitoring state funding and grant opportunities for the remainder of the school year, and then potential efficiencies, making shifts within existing programs to address needs without additional funding allocations. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Fritsch.
Thank you. Assessing operational efficiency, it's good business practice, and Shrewsbury Public Schools is committed to maintaining high educational standards while also being fiscally responsible. So last fall, the Shrewsbury Public Schools partnered with District Management Group, or DMG, to conduct a comprehensive review of its historical annual appropriated budget and to also develop a detailed 10-year budget forecast for our major cost drivers. And while override funding and the agreement with the Select Board does provide the stability over the past few years, we need to look from moving from short-term budgeting to long-term budgeting, forecasting, and assessment. So DMG's review of the Shrewsbury Public Schools included an evaluation of the effectiveness of past school budgets, as well as recommendations for the district to continue to align spending and operations with a successful, sustainable future. At our school committee meeting on March 26th, DMG will publicly present their final report, and today we just wanted to share with you a couple of their findings in the financial landscape that we're experiencing in Shrewsbury Public Schools. So this slide represents school department data, and while we believe that our student academic performance is strong and our fiscal responsibility is strong, DMG also concluded, despite having a much lower per pupil expenditure than the state average in most of Massachusetts districts, our district delivers strong academic outcomes for students, and we perform again in the top 15% of school districts in the state. And this is one example. This slide represents the 2024 10th grade ELA MCAS results, indicating that Shrewsbury academically outperforms not only the state, but the majority of all state districts. When comparing spending versus proficiency, Shrewsbury Public Schools provides excellent academic return on investment. And Ms. Heffernan will walk you through a few more slides.
I promise we're wrapping up. I know you're hungry. So I'm going to go back real quick to per pupil expenditures, right? Because we want to dig into that. It's an important way to compare us. The slide, just in case you pull back to our earlier slides, this does look at per pupil for in-district only expenses. My earlier slide had all. We do have significant out-of-district expenses for some kiddos. And so as we said before, we're lower than the state. We're lower than our comparable districts. We're very proud of that. I think we're delivering a wonderful value to the students of Shrewsbury. But what DMG also did is it helped us to break this down into budget categories so we could look as a district, again, year over year, where are places where maybe we want to see some efficiencies, or where are places that we should say, wow, we're doing really well. So if we go to the next slide, this takes the key budget categories within that are built into the per pupil expenditure, again, as set by DESE. The navy blue is the state. The sort of bar in the middle, I guess light blue, is our comparable district, and Shrewsbury is in sort of that aqua color. And at the bottom of this chart, you can see across the graph all of the different budget categories that we can look at. At the bottom here, it tells you our difference from the state and our difference from the comparable districts. So there's a lot to unpack here. I wanted to spend a minute on it. You'll see two of the areas I want to note the incredibly strong partnership that the school district has with our town services. So note the boxes that say managed by the town. Insurance, retirement, and other programs, really our employee benefits, we are very, very aware that every head count that we add to the school department budget, it corresponds with ongoing pension and retirement obligations. And yet, when you compare the pension and retirement obligations of Shrewsbury Public Schools to the state, clearly that is an incredibly efficient program. Kudos to the town manager and others who have been able to really keep a check on that. It certainly benefits us and is represented in that overall per pupil expenditure. In addition, if you go three-quarter categories over, operations and maintenance, by and large, is our school buildings department and town buildings, for which school buildings is an important category, probably the largest. Again, the Shrewsbury Public Schools, when we look at how DESE compares across the board, that is regular maintenance, that's ongoing work, that's the custodial staff. We are seeing, 67% below state average, and so again, that partnership is incredibly strong. Some of the boxes we highlighted in yellow are other areas where we are also below the state average. And so teachers is a really important one. It is the largest driver in our budget. We again are coming in nearly $1,000 below the state average, and the comparable districts are quite on the state averages as well. If you look at instructional leadership is different from administration. So instructional leadership, think about the English department head is an instructional leadership, whereas administration is going to be principals, assistant superintendents, and the superintendents. In both of those, we are lower than both the state average and our comparable districts. And I would say, looking at the data, we're lower in the number of people really that are filling those total roles. In places where we're higher, and these are little red call-outs at the top that we're paying attention to, other teaching services. Shrewsbury has a higher percentage of paraprofessionals as compared to the total number of students than some of our comparable districts. And we've been digging into this, and we're going to keep digging into this question. One of the reasons, and we know that we're adding an ELC coordinator. So the ELC program, Dr. Sawyer is going to correct me if I get any educational terms wrong, is our substantially separate classrooms for kids in, by and large, elementary and middle schools who we want in the public school system. They don't need an out-of-district placement, but they can't be in a regular education classroom with their other peers. Frankly, people move to town because of the programs we run in that category. We have a higher percentage of kids on the autism spectrum. You've been seeing in the news, rates of autism are seemingly either higher or more diagnosed today. That's a debate I'm not going to get into. But we do know we run an incredibly effective program for those kiddos, and families move here because of that. One of the supports that those kids need to not go out of district and be more expensive is often a one-on-one paraprofessional support. And so our paraprofessionals we see as higher than average. And again, this is where the complexity of the student population and student needs kind of drive some budget categories. But it is something we're paying attention to and want to keep tracking and make sure if we can, we can bring that number down in line while making sure we meet the needs that we have. You'll also note over on instructional materials, we called this one out as well. We have a tendency in Shrewsbury to update our curriculum when we can, and one-off ways. Often with grants, or if we have some philanthropic support, then we'll invest in career and technical education. You know, I remember we had a big grant at one point to buy a piece of material. The Shrewsbury Public School Committee has to approve any grant or any contribution over $5,000 for our biomedical program to have this like real life dissection kind of table. Sounds really awesome. We don't buy it unless someone comes forward with the money, right? And so as a community, we tend to not kind of consistently invest in that area, and we are lower than the state average. It's slightly higher in this particular year, and again, we've been looking at trends that we're showing here because we've gotten a very significant state grant to support literacy education of nearly $200,000, and so that year was particularly high. So again, over time, we're going to keep digging into this and trying to decide, again, where should we feel good, pat ourselves on the back and keep trying to do the work, and where do we need to pay attention and maybe sharpen our pencils or ask if there's other work to be done. So one of the things that DMG did for us is that they provided, by and large, some areas where we could think about how could we continue to provide very good services but be efficient in our expenses. And so I want to cover those three areas just quickly. Again, the final report will be out a little later this week, and so would encourage everyone watching or those of you here today to check it out. There is a risk in our reliance on non-local funds. And non-local funds is in a couple categories. I just described grants as one of them. Philanthropy for us as a community is quite high. The Shrewsbury Colonial Fund, we rely on it a lot. It's somewhat unusually for a public school system. And our use of fees to students and families. In each one of those, we are an outlier as compared to our both comparable districts and across the state. And that presents some risks, right? If the grant program goes away, are we not going to invest in curriculum materials and be out of line, right? Or are we going to continue to raise fees over and over again for kids to engage in certain sorts of programs? And so it was called out as a risk for us to pay attention to. Again, in the long term, this is a looking long term, and so something that we want to make sure we don't create in any inequities going forward. The second area is, I think, probably for every school system, you got to pay attention to the evolving student needs, right? They are complex. They vary year to year. We didn't see the spike coming English language learners that we've seen over the last few years, and yet we have to respond to those. And so, of course, we'll have to keep paying attention to that and asking a question of, is there a better way to provide services that could be more efficient to those young people in that particular case, or any, and another way to do that work. I think one of the programs that they will highlight in their report is the RISE program. Not only do we think we provided a better service for the students in the community, it turns out to be cheaper. And so we want to continue to look at, are there other models like that where we could take kids who have a particularly complex profile and ask, is there another way to provide services? And then most definitely, we have a more stretched staffing model, comparing whether it's the student-teacher ratio where I started at 30 minutes ago, or the number of administrators and the number of instructional leaders that we have, given the size of our district, is low compared to other districts, and does create some pressures on our ability to deliver at times. The number of things that our administrators are handling. If you've ever tried to walk into a school at 9 a.m. and talk to a principal, they are running around doing a lot of different things at any given moment. So those are things that long-term they want us to pay attention to. Before we go to the next slide, I just want to describe what we did then. That is sort of the, how are we doing today? The next piece of the work with DMG was to look long-term at what are our desired outcomes and what do we think it would cost to get us there. So this is not a budget. This is not a budget exercise. This is a model for the future. We live in a world of fixed budgets. We do realize that. And we don't get everything we want. I would like to be in Aruba right now, but I'm here with you because I can't afford to be there on this Saturday morning, right? A budget and where you want to be are two potentially different things. In this case, what we did is we took, with DMG, took every single budget line item that we had and asked the question, what cost drivers and what growth do we think we might see? So first they created that data, one, by looking at our historical data. This has been done previously in this community. I want to appreciate John Samia and Dr. Dale McGee, who about 10 years ago or so did this for us as well, and looked, and we're seeing some very consistent trends about how do you look at the long term, right? As a community, we know we need to get even better at the long-term planning that we need to do. Next, our data consultants did an overlay with what are they seeing as educational patterns across really other Massachusetts school districts, and frankly, they work nationally. And then finally, sitting with the school committee, we went through line by line to make sure that in every line item, the model matched our desired for student outcomes. And so I'm gonna explain that if we can. We can go to the next slide. There's a lot of numbers here, I apologize. But this takes every fiscal year, starting with fiscal 27, so again, not this year, but moving forward. And we looked at each line item and tried to see how and where do we think some growth may happen or potential reductions may need to happen. And so if you can go forward for me, Mr. Girardi. So I want to call out, you can see the little red box. Here, this is our teachers and nurses. By and large, we're hoping to hold to a 4.25% growth across the board, and yet in fiscal 31, we think that will be higher. Our rationale for that is that we think that is potentially the year, should we continue in the process with the Mass School Building Authority, that the high school expansion may open. It may, a lot of things to be decided by then, but this is a model. If that were to open, one of the reasons we want it to open is so we have some more capacity to potentially offer some different programming. This model assumes that we may add 7 teachers over 3 successive years in order to add more business programs, more computer-based programs, more engineering programs, some more special ed services, et cetera, to be determined in the future. But this is what that model shows. So that number goes from 4.25 to 5. I'll give you a couple more examples and then I promise we'll wrap up. Paraprofessionals, as Mr. Girardi pointed out, we have over the last few years seen more growth in this area than from a budgetary perspective. It may be good practice, it may be the best thing in the world, but we want to take a look at that and see if we can start to pull that in line. And so you'll see that number stays, I think the last 2 years was nearly 11% growth in that line item. We want to pull it down to 7.5, then 7, then 6, 6.5, then 6, and then kind of flatline it because we want to make sure we don't want to be too far outside the district. Again, if it turns out that's a model that makes sense for our kids, we may need to relook at this, but this is how we are projecting going forward. I'll give you a couple more here. Vocational education has a pretty big jump in the next few years because we have this program in Leicester opening up. And as we are really enrolling just freshmen, we'll then be enrolling sophomores and juniors and seniors. So it's going to take us a few years to get to a new sort of normal in vocational education, and then we would expect that to baseline. Another one for you to look at, regular and vocational transportation. So this is the place where we, in terms of a model, budgeted in a potential reduction in fees. for the community. It may not just live in in transportation, but we don't have an athletics line item. And so what we're thinking is that growth rate may be a little higher as we move some of the fees into the appropriated budget, and over time that would come back down again to hopefully stick within what has been our transportation growth rate of about 6% in the longer term. And then the textbook and curriculum, again, we have historically not invested sufficiently, as from the school department's perspective, in this area. It's a relatively small category, but what we're seeing in terms of literacy in the last few years, that investment is paying huge dividends on student outcomes. And so we have to maintain and stay on top of it. And I know the department has a bunch of next up items of other things that we also need to do to make sure that our kids are well prepared for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fritz to take us home.
Again, stability is really necessary for success, but it doesn't mean stagnation. And the 21 override has definitely provided stability, but the district does need to move forward to achieve our strategic goals and priorities, and investment is required. So looking at this slide, this is DMG's 10-year projection using data-driven specific projected growth rates by year for individual line items. And these projections use the forecasts and rationales to generate projected expenditures across budget line items that aligns with the recommendations from DMG based on benchmarking and trends in public education, as well as directives from the school committee. I want to be really clear. This is not a recommendation. This is a projection for the district and the town to consider potential future school budget needs. And based on the forecasting exercise and Shrewsbury Public Schools budget, it should grow between 4.7 and 4.9% over the next decade to meet educational needs. But we also understand this. Again, it's a projection. Educational service needs will change, as well as budget needs that vary over time. So right now this is a third-party professional assessment of what the district could need going forward into the future. It's fluid. We know it will change. But they did also come to the conclusion that Shrewsbury Public Schools is a very cost-efficient and effective school district. In order to maintain our district's strong record of delivering excellent educational results with efficient resource management, while also dealing with the evolving funding landscapes and increasing student needs, there will need to be continued partnership with all of the boards in town, with our town leadership, and the community to ensure long-term stability and educational excellence in education services. Thank you.
Great. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and certainly happy to take any questions that you have for us.
Thank you. I just had one quick question, then I'll open it up to the committee. As far as the projections are concerned, I think it's about an average between 4 to 5% growth per year. Does that match with our historical trends as well? It's no real change in that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think the our override agreement that we're operating under right now assumes a 4 1/4 to 4 3/4. In the first few years of that agreement, the town was able to stay at that high end and 4 3/4. So that's really quite a spot on to what we're seeing in the DMG report. But that has been consistent historically as well, with a lot of fluctuation. And we have a little bit of a problem when we look historically. I think we have many years that were incredibly lean, where our class sizes were not where the population wanted them to be, where we were cutting a lot of programs. And so our history is maybe not always the thing we want to repeat. I think we're in a better model today going forward, but there's a lot of consistency in the numbers at the same time. Mr. Chair.
Dennis?
I have two questions. First is, you just mentioned where we weren't always where we wanted to be. I'd like to see the numbers prior to COVID, see where we cut and didn't. There's still, I'm not saying it's wrong, but there's still 85 new positions created over the last 5 years. My understanding is that the previous 10 years, we actually were reducing positions.
Absolutely.
So I think that's very important as we go over this budget to understand where we came from, before, where we leveled at, and then where we are today. I think that's very helpful for this committee as well to figure out, is this the right number? The second one is a little, probably more complex, but the regulatory environment has already changed. We've seen the Department of Education lose almost all employees. I think they're going to cut all the funding to bare minimum as well. What is the school board thinking about this? I mean, if the regulations go away and then, the mandates go away, are we gonna continue to do those things, or are we gonna just drop the mandates? Because those mandates, as expensive as they are, benefit a lot of students, a lot of people.
Yeah, I think, let me take a run at that, and then Dr. Sawyer, if you want to add more in, certainly. I think it's important to note that the federal government, while they have played an important overlay for education, many of the things the federal government requires, the state government also has a sort of a sister counterpart to that. And so I don't envision, if the who knows what will happen with the Department of Education. If tomorrow it didn't exist and all of those laws were also repealed and no longer in force, there are many of those things that have a surrogate or a version at the state level. And also I think there's a real value proposition of what's important to us, right? Would our values fundamentally change and say this is not important to us? I don't think, certainly speaking for myself, not my entire colleagues, but I think that's not a position that we're thinking about. I think the number for you to pay attention to is over the last number of years, and the federal funding because of COVID has been a little interesting in the last 5 years, but it's about a $2 million item for us. That is about what we're handling in circuit breaker. At one point someone said, well, we've got a good amount of circuit breaker. Our circuit breaker is adequate. It's not great. 50% of savings of what you think you need, we would love it to be higher. But if we had volatility there, that's why for us, at least having that amount is important in circuit breaker. But if we have really high out-of-district costs and we lose federal funding, we have a problem. And so, we're certainly not trying to shy away from that reality at all. I don't know if you want to add any more.
No, I think that, you mentioned, some of these are laws. I mean, the Department, whether the Department of Education administers them or some other department at the federal level, unless Congress actually changes the law, those mandates remain in place. They may be not as enforced as well. We are certainly not going to not do what we're supposed to do legally because there might be weaker enforcement from the federal level because they have fewer people to do that work in terms of enforcing civil rights and all those elements. But so, in terms of our what we do, I don't really see any change on the horizon. The signal has been they do not want to cut things that affect vulnerable people, and regardless of where that might be in the nation and what the politics might be from state to state. I don't think any elected official wants to go back to the constituent and say that funding for kids with really significant special needs just got cut, and now your child is not going to be getting those services, or other children are not going to get other services because we have to shift funds to where those mandates are, which is what was happening over time, certainly in the darker budget years earlier in my superintendency for sure, because you don't have a choice about the mandated services. Where do you cut? Places where you have more of a choice in terms of what you provide. So, I'm less, frankly, in terms of the 2.1 million of federal funds we get, I believe, I may be wrong, I believe there's less of a risk of that funding not coming through. I'm more worried about overall funding from the federal government that goes to states, things like Medicaid. And that if they cut the support for states and the state is still required to provide the services, they've got to find the dollars somewhere. And then we're potentially, like when the Great Recession happened a number of years ago, they cut circuit breaker back by about 50%. If we have a 50% circuit breaker cut, we've got big problems. If they cut Chapter 70 funding back for some reason because the state just doesn't have enough in their money. Fortunately, the state's been in fairly solid fiscal ground in terms of where they're at. But I think that likely they're going to be cautious going forward. There's a lot of advocacy happening right now to increase state funding for public education because of all the districts that are in deep trouble heading into next year. If something does go forward with that level, it may help us. We're not counting on those dollars. I'm hopeful that might evolve in the next year or two. But it's definitely a risk factor, and there's a lot of uncertainty, so we have to pay attention to that. But regardless, we're going to do what's right by kids.
So for the 4.25% increase, it's been called a baseline and a minimum. But in the document in May of 2021, what we voted on, it was agreed that it was up to 4.25%, which is your maximum. And there was a 0.5% increase given certain parameters. So to call it a baseline or a minimum when we voted on it being the maximum with a 0.5% possibility increase, I think is something that we need to fix. There's no minimum. And so when we phrase that out, we say, oh, it has to be 4.25%. It doesn't. I mean, the school has to be the biggest funded thing in our town, but it's 66% right now. Getting about 4.75% increases, the town's getting 3.5% increases. the math doesn't work out. You guys have done a fantastic job with their schools. My kids went there, we love the schools, but the math doesn't work out. And we need to have a stabilized school budget, but we cannot continue to spend 4.75. The municipal government, everyone else is getting 3%. It's, the numbers aren't going to work out. So first thing is, I'd love to hear your comments on it. I see the 4.25% as a maximum, and then the 0.5% comes in with certain parameters, but we've just always given it. Why are we calling it a minimum?
Can I address, so there, 4.25 appears in a couple different places, and sometimes that's just how numbers work. They're not one line to the other. So in the DMG reports, I just want to make sure I know where you're pointing to.
Yep.
The DMG report saying many things at baseline were 4.25. That is because that is historically how things have grown at 4.25%. That's looking at both our data, education data in communities across the Commonwealth, and then specifically our line items. And so when we didn't have a better number, that's what they went back to. And so therefore they considered that a baseline, and then we went above and below it sometimes when we thought we could. In terms of the agreement, you know, I think the community has a really important conversation to have over the next year or so. I don't agree with your characterization completely, but that's okay. That's a conversation that we need to have in terms of what does the school department need, and whether or not the schools, pitching the schools against the municipal side and saying the schools are taking, but the municipal side isn't getting. I appreciate why that's one narrative. I would say this community, what the state looks at, can contribute more, and if we want outcomes that continue to be in these high levels, because we are doing incredibly well and we have been very efficient, but at some point some things do give. And if we want to continue, this year's budget has relatively modest growth of 4 staff people in a budget of 1,000 people. But you know, we did in the last few years need to invest pretty significantly to make up for a bunch of years that were quite lean. I appreciate your point, and we will look at some longer term data and try to provide that. But that agreement, we're going to have to talk about as a community and say, does it make sense for everybody? Is it working? If it's not working for some, why not? And how might it need to be tweaked? I wouldn't start with the proposition that the schools are taking from the municipal side. The schools are our cost driver, right? We certainly appreciate that, not only because of our size, but because of the complexity that it takes to run the education system in the town. So we certainly look forward to continuing to have that conversation. We did this modeling exercise so that everybody had the accurate information, some eyes wide open, right? If you want the schools to continue to function and deliver really strong outcomes, and we want to make sure we meet our mandated services, and we think the high school should be expanded, and we think there should be more programming, and we think we should do some of these things, and we think fees are too high. Each one of those has an assumption baked into it that not all of us might agree with, but as a community, then we're going to have to talk about how are we going to get there. And so the model and a budget are quite different things, right? If we agree as a community that the schools are only going to grow and we pick a lower number, we're going to live within that, right? We have shown, I think, through the override that we'll live within it, and we won't add 7 teachers a year when the high school opens. We'll add 2, right? Or we'll figure out how to do that. So there are different exercises that I think are each important for us to be able to engage in that conversation going forward.
And I think to add to that, it's having a separate entity, a third-party assessment goes to the questions that you have, because other people have that question in the community as well. And we want to make sure we're looking at mandates, things that are very expensive that we've talked about, cannot say no to, and they are really big budget drivers. And then as a community, what do we look at as priorities going forward? We know we have municipal needs, we have school needs, but we're one community, so how do we move forward in looking at where do we put dollars over the next 5 to 10 years? So I think this exercise was to get to your question.
Yeah, because I mean, I believe this town should look at our money as a whole and not silo it. What positions are needed for the town? What money has to be sent for a town? And I raised the 4.25 increase to the budget because it got from, it's a maximum to a minimum. And we're looking, well, the school has this money, you have this money. It should be, this is what the school needs, this is what this needs, this is what, all of the departments, we look at that with a single budget and go forward. Because right now, we're 0 this year. We can't put anything in the override fund. Next year, we're pulling money out. So our credit card debt is due. Then it's hugely due, and then we are out of money in a couple of years. So we have to realize that if this model is going to work, then we can't have these minimums for any department. And we have to understand that means that we're going to have to go to the people and ask for an override every few years. We're even lucky. We have increases of revenue we didn't expect to have, and we're able to push off the override. But I don't believe an override every few years is going to be a good financial plan. And when that happens, the schools and everybody else gets cut. So I've always said, I'm doing this because I think if we continue on this way and we expect overrides every 4, 5, 6 years, it's going to end up being horrible, and we're going to cut. So I love the schools. I think we're good, but we shouldn't give anybody minimum. We shouldn't give anybody a guaranteed raise. It should be what the town needs that fiscal year. You might need 6%. Next year, maybe you need 3%. But that's how budgets are done in the real world, and I think we have to be careful of automatic increases to anyone. You just happen to be the biggest fish. So you take up the most money, and then you're getting the higher raises. So everything it does, it pushes everybody else.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I want to be respectful of time here. I think this is a long conversation, and I think it's an important one. And so I don't want to in any way seem dismissive. I think mandatory raises. The vast majority of our staff are under a labor union agreement. The vast majority of our staff, and those, I think I speak both for those on the select board. Certainly those on the school committee. We try very hard to maintain both an attractiveness to attract people to want to work here and have the high quality educators that we do, while saying we're not going to be the highest paying in the community. That's not our goal in surrounding districts. And how do we maintain competitiveness? There is a small percentage of our staff that are not covered under one of those agreements, and by and large, they have had very small cost of living adjustment increases. Whether as a community we want to pull the school department out, or do one agreement, or figure that out, there's lots of ways we could rejigger that pie. I think we did this exercise to look at the fact that we don't grow with inflation, and we don't grow at 2.5%. If we want that, and that's what the state law says you can work with. I think the override agreement is working exactly as it's supposed to. Yes, we're going to start to dip into the fund. That's how it was designed. Put the money in the early years, pull it out in the later years, and build in the time to go back to the community and say, this is what we're going to have to do. Do I think that's going to be a fun conversation? No. Do I think there's going to be people asking questions? Yes. Is it entirely appropriate that they do? 100%. And so as we figure out whether it's and I've seen a couple different models, and there's been a few ideas floated. And so I think that's important work for us as a community to really decide. Again, when we sit just with our hat on of schools, we're telling you this is what we think some of the key budget drivers are going to be. Are we going to want to live within those, or are we going to want to make some different choices? That is a conversation well beyond next year's fiscal budget, but one that clearly we're interested in, and we want to be a part of this, and we wanted to make sure we were providing the community with the data that they need so that they can engage as best as they want to and help us figure that out.
Let me clarify. I didn't mean labor costs increasing.
Okay.
I meant your budget, or anyone's budget, having guaranteed. There's no business that's going to say to a department, whatever it is, for the next X amount of years, you're going to get an automatic increase of this. That doesn't work, because you have to see what your money is, you have to see what your needs are. So what I'm saying is, we have to get away from, you guys get this, these people get this is what we're going to get next year, 5 years, 10 years down the road. What is our income? What is the need of each department? Like I said, some years the school might need 6, 7%. Like early on, you guys needed a lot of money, a lot of resources. Maybe we're not there now. Maybe another department needs it. But every year we should be adjusting our percentages of increase to the budgets based on the needs of each individual department, and not based on a plan that just sets it out for eternity. That's
I think that's a larger discussion, Dave.
Yeah, but it's an important discussion, because it's
I agree.
how that's been a minimum, and we need to do it, and we don't need to do it. So that's my point.
Chair. Rajesh had raised his hand for questions.
A couple of questions regarding the federal and the implications of direct or indirect funding from the state. So federal is obvious, it's maybe a 2.1 million, as you mentioned earlier on. So what would be the indirect impact from the state, like as you mentioned, the Medicare Chapter 70 funds get? So do we have a rough estimate what percentage that would be? What would be the amount?
That's a total wild card. It really depends on if the federal government cuts significant funding going to Massachusetts. Not that the federal government has its eyes on Massachusetts in any way. you know, I think it's going to be a very interesting question. I mean, if it's, it really is a scope beyond what we could predict locally. What I'm suggesting is that, you know, like when there is a major recession, which hopefully we won't experience, the state cuts back on what it funds.
Right.
And meets its obligations, its legal obligations. So much like a local school district has to meet its local mandated obligation for things like special education, English language education, the state government has to meet its obligations to pensions, to Medicaid, to, you know, a variety of things that, and what's left over, if there's less money left over for all the other things it wants to do, there is a risk that it cuts back on things like school funding, special education funding, things that the state controls. So, you know, again, I can't put a number on that. It's something we have to pay attention to, and I'm hopeful that for fiscal '26 at least, things get to a point where it's firm enough that people can, you know, make a predictable decision going into the next fiscal year. But that's the kind of thing that could happen partway through a fiscal year. That's obviously, there's a lot of unpredictability at the federal level over recent months. So I just think we have to monitor it and respond as necessary. Again, why it's important between, you know, our reserve account is essentially our circuit breaker account. I know in the town budget, there's a reserve account that you at the Finance Committee have some oversight of. The town has, you know, free cash and reserve accounts that thankfully are very healthy. And those are things that, you know, if we have to rely even more on local dollars because of cuts that are made at a federal or state level, those will be important conversations to have. But, you know, I'm hopeful that we have the stability going forward into next year.
Couple follow-ups on that. So Grant 240, is that secured for this year, for fiscal year?
You know, I expect it would be a hard thing for the federal government to take money away from special education services. I think that would be a tough political move to make, so I'm relatively confident that that number will stay stable. But again, there's a lot of things happening that haven't happened before in my career, so I don't want to say for sure.
So one more question related to the transportation of vocational students. So these vans are provided. So are they managed by our transportation company, or is it?
So for out-of-district transportation, we're in a collaborative with.
This is for VOCTEC. So this is,
VOCTEC,
AA Transportation.
So we use AA Transportation, and
The vans are also provided by them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, for
Yes.
vocational transportation.
Yes. Yeah, so, I'm sorry, vans. Yes, we work with them on determining what's the best use of resource. So we'll look at how many students are attending, what part of town they live in. When 2 years ago, we had 27 students attending Assabet. We could have fit them on one bus, but the logistics of picking up students all over town and getting them to Assabet would have been upwards of 2 hours. So we made the determination to provide 2 buses, which allow transportation for those students. The upcoming year, we're anticipating 9 students at Assabet, with, I believe, 6 of them being seniors. We haven't had a senior ride a Shrewsbury-provided bus in as long as I've looked back. So that's why we're thinking 1 van for our Assabet students next year is the right fit.
Is it?
Okay.
Is there still students enrolling in Assabet at this point, or?
So we did not have any students accepted into Assabet this year. Last year, they accepted 2 right at the very end of the year, like end of March, beginning of April. They accepted 2 students off the wait list, which was pretty atypical. No students this year. We're not anticipating any next year. We do budget for a few seats just in case we do get them, that we're not negative in that category. As we're looking at the way that they changed their regulations around who they're accepting into those schools, we're seeing it's predominantly students from Marlboro, Hudson, those sending districts that are getting those seats. And with the desire for them, we're not anticipating that there's going to be enough left over afterwards for them to be reaching out to non-member towns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dennis, you
No, I'm all set.
all set?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Just a quick finance question, and then hopefully I'll be the last one. But the consultants in there looking at the long-term projections and looking at the teachers and the ages of teachers, assuming a more senior teacher is highly compensated, is there a lot of retirements pending or expected, and they'll be replaced by younger, less tenured teachers?
The numbers were really based more on what our typical increases are year over year based on the number of staff we have, and that's sort of baked in.
Okay.
In terms of, similar number. Like, these last couple of years, we've actually had fewer retirements than we typically would have. We had about 10 a year. Previous years to that, we were running about 15 to 18 retirements a year. We definitely have a teaching staff that is maturing, like a fine wine is what I mean, of course. We definitely, the increases that were made sort of earlier in my career in Shrewsbury, when the new high school opened, when Oak Middle School came online, now when Beal came online, you tend to be hiring more newer to career teachers when you have big jumps like that. When the district was growing like crazy in numbers of students over time from the mid-90s through the 2000s. A lot of those teachers have stayed here because thankfully we've been able to retain them. We've had a very solid, stable staff. And I think that, we're seeing more and more teachers who are more on that end. So I think coming up, probably 3, 5, 7 years in the future, we'll probably have more retirements per year. But that based on the numbers over time, it's fluctuated and that tends to get baked into the numbers already.
Okay.
But it's a good question.
Well, I was more curious if there was some unexpected savings that may come from that.
Yeah,
which
no,
are
we
just trying to.
looked at that.
Thank you.
We're looking at the same stuff. That's a very important thing to look at.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question. So, great response to the Parent Square, data compromise and Dr. Sire.
Power School. Parent Square did not have one.
Sorry.
We want Parent
Power
Square to
School,
get
okay.
the field, yes, but Power School, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
And thank you for, keeping us all informed. Thank you for that. So the question is, I know there are a lot of programs that have been like really, really, oversubscribed, right? I mean, robotics, computers, pathways that, now we are seeing that trend, speech and debate, there are so many things. Kids do well, but I've seen, there are many students are in all of those programs, right? And what does that mean is being a public school district, that is opportunity taken away from some another kid, right? Who don't get to express their desires, their skill set to polish before they go out in the world. So it's a double-edged sword, I agree, it's a balancing act that we as a community have to do, but how do we address this situation as a public school district, Because we have to serve every student's needs, and again, it's a difficult task, but we need to confront that, in my opinion.
Sure.
How do we plan to do this?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question, and I think that, we pride ourselves on to try to provide lots of different opportunities for students to do things that are what we call co-curricular activities, because we don't think they're extracurricular. We think they're part of and parcel of what we should be becoming as a public school district. At the same time, especially when you get to the high school level in particular, there are co-curricular activities where it's based on someone's level of talent with their whether they make an athletic team or a speech and debate team, or if they get a role in the musical. I know that we've tried to keep the numbers high in terms of opportunities, but the level of interest is really significant, so that things like speech and debate or robotics have had to be kind of like an athletic team where they can't take all the students who want to do it. They essentially have cuts based on some sort of criteria relative to performance. So I think that's a really thorny issue for sure. I think part of is to have other opportunities as best you can. And some of it is just not like, well, if we added a few more coaches, could we have more kids in speech and debate? There becomes just a limit of how many kids you can manage on a robotics team or a speech and debate team. So it is a challenge. But I don't have a wonderful answer to say how. I'm not sure I'd be in favor of saying would be restricting a student who wants to do speech and debate and also be in the school musical and is talented enough to make the team in both, right? So that's a little bit of a piece, but there may be students who wanted to who didn't get the opportunity, and how do we address that? It's a thorny issue for sure.
Dr. Sawyer, can I add something to that? I think it's such a great question because we do have a lot of young people who are incredibly high achieving, and yet I think there's a few things from a matter of policy that we can think about. Well, maybe we'd never get to a place where we say sorry, you were in that club, you can't be in this club. But the ones that I think about are, how do we reduce barriers so that young people can have access? And from the school committee's perspective, over the last couple of years, we've tried aggressively to reduce barriers around fees, activity fees in particular for the robotics or DECA or the musical, right? That doesn't exist anymore. To add transportation options, so if transportation was a problem and you couldn't stay after school, you have that late bus, right? That continues to be in our budget. Increasing opportunity sometimes is increasing awareness for kids. It is part of our strategic plan. It's not in the co-curricular bucket, that we be focused on making sure that we have the full diversity of our student population engaging in some of the most rigorous of our academic coursework. And so we are paying with laser focused attention of who's enrolling in APs, who's going into those pathway programs, and how do we have guidance counselors having conversations with kids, encouraging them to try something new, to move that. And so that sort of opportunity and willingness to kind of think of something different. Maybe they never thought of themselves as a robotic kid. And then frankly, there's also a space constraint. There's a space resource, right? So yes, at some times another coach might work, and then sometimes that just won't do it. But there's a huge space problem too, right? You can only run so many programs after school. The high school is hopping after school. It is a busy place because there's a lot of things going on, and we find ourselves space constrained. DECA, one of the main things that was lifted up is they just had no space to put all those kids, and so that was one reason. And so those are some things as a matter of policy, I think, that we can look at while we try to make sure that those opportunities continue to be available for everyone.
Thank you.
Diana?
Just a quick question and then a comment. So I really appreciate the RISE program, right? And that is actually saving the community, I'm assuming, quite a bit of money by starting that. Have we essentially paid for whatever upfront investment we've made, or do we know that off the top of the head?
Investment in?
Was there any upfront cost to start up the RISE program? And
there were some. We actually had some funding that came out of pandemic grant funding that we used for some of the startup costs for outfitting the space and things of that nature. The lease is a year-over-year cost that we bear as part of the programming, but what we did and even to staff it up the first year, we did use some of those one-time COVID funds to be able to do that.
And then, if I may, so we had sent students to programs, I'm presuming that were like this before. Are we accepting students from others, or this is fully all from Shrewsbury in the RISE program?
They're all from Shrewsbury. We don't have a lot more space in terms of the numbers. I think the maximum is about 30 students we think that we could manage in terms of that program and the space we have educationally in the back of the storefront there. Certainly the opportunity over time, some of this will depend on how many students continue to be eligible for those kinds of services over time. We do have a bubble. That was one of the reasons that we started the program. We knew we were going to have some really increasing numbers of kids who needed those services. If those numbers moderate over time and we have seats that could be open, that could be a potential to get students from other communities who would then pay tuition to Shrewsbury, and that could be another cost offset. So it's a really good question.
And we receive telephone calls frequently from families outside of the district asking if we do take students from outside of Shrewsbury.
If I can just add one comment, I feel like it's nothing short of almost magical, right? That how well our school performs, how well our students are, yet how much we're paying per student. Like the efficiency is insanely impressive. And so I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the teachers, the administration, the school board. I really hope we can sustain this being efficient, but it scares me that we're stretching our staff, that we can't sustain this over the long term. And so I do have some concerns that we're at risk over the long term to sustain this great performance of our schools that benefits so much of our community. And so that's just kind of a comment that I wanted to add as we move into kind of the longer term discussions that we're going to have over the next couple of years. So thank you so much for everything that the school does.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Yes, Mr. Samia.
Good afternoon. John Samia, Chair of the Select Board. Just a quick
Mr.
comment.
Samia, just for the process, you have to give your address as well.
1 Turtle Creek Circle, Precinct 5. Just a suggestion. So I've watched your meetings. There have been conversations about the model and percentages. And just a couple things to remind and then a request. We know that we had an override in 14. It lasted for 7 years, a lot longer than we originally expected. When we went to the taxpayers in 21, again, we talked about 4 years. It's going to go a lot longer than originally expected. We've dealt, like other communities in the Commonwealth, with a structural deficit. Historically, we did our budgets on revenue-based. We looked at what we had for revenue, and we allocated out to the school department and the town, and we proceeded it that way. And we went to the overrides largely because, like other communities, we have the structural deficit, but most important about stability. So when we looked at fixed percentages, we did with that, so we knew we had a minimum period of time and had to work within those. And the other issue with budgeting, as we see in the model, which I want to get to in a second, is that it compounds. So by having a fixed percentage, then you have stability because you know you can't carry forward any larger than that. Because if the percentages go to 6% in 1 year, then you're pulling in from the model. So that's why I believe it's worked well. There have been a lot of conversations about the model, and what I'd ask over the next few weeks in this budget cycle is that all 3 boards get together and we have a conversation about the model. We talk about whether we think it's worked. I believe that it has. I've been doing this a while. I've been on the school committee many years ago. When we didn't know any given year what we were getting, we actually had a reduction 1 year of 2 3/4% and a flat 0%. I've been on the select board for the last 6 years, where we've had stability since 21, and that's gone a long way. But it does minimize at times your ability to make strategic investments. We have a growing community. The model, I believe, personally, is the way to go, but I want to make sure that all of us have understanding as to what it means, what it does, and how that brings us forward under the existing model that we have and what it means in the future. So what I'm proposing is sometime over April, is all of our boards get together and let's have a conversation about the model. Have Mr. Mizikar go over it. We can talk about the assumptions, how it's worked and what it means, and go from there. Because what the model is and what it represents, I think it's worthwhile to have a refresher. It's been 4 years, would be 5 in the next budget cycle. Let's not wait another budget cycle, so that's what I'd ask. If we could have that conversation in April to reflect what the model is, what it does, answer any questions on the model, and then the philosophical conversation after that about any gaps or that, sure, that could be then, but let's just revisit the model and talk about what it does, the purpose behind it. And just the last comment that I have, because I know I'm standing between you and lunch, is that this is, in Shrewsbury, the construct of the budget is like every other community. The override model is similar to what Arlington did successfully. So we took a problem that every city and town has to deal with, but we've addressed it in a way that has worked well for us. And that's why I want to have the conversation about it, just to revisit it and just answer any questions about the model. So, don't need to set a date today, but that's what I asked for in April. Okay? Thank you.
Chair, if I could just add, the school committee would welcome the opportunity to have a tri-board meeting with select board and the finance committee. I think if you recall back in 2021, we had about 6 weeks of runway until the May election to communicate to the public, what the issues were, and I think we need a pretty significant runway to communicate to the public about what this next model might look like. So we would love to do that in April.
Yeah,
Well,
I
even-
concur, yeah.
Yeah, I was
think
gonna say,
that
even
would be
before
good.
then, let's just all, faces have changed, but just to talk about what this model is, and,
That's a wonderful idea. Yeah.
okay? Thank you.
Let's make that happen. Are there any other questions from the public? If not, I would like to thank the school committee and everyone on the school board. Thank you so much for all that you've done.
Thank you so
much. Thank you.
We're going to have our lunch break now, and after a consensus, we're going to decrease it to 30 minutes. So let's reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Consensus? Consensus of 1?
No,
I was gonna recommend it anyway.